Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Watches and Style channel. This is The Late Show, and I'm your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. We're going to talk watches today again, and I'm going to mostly focus on finishing my coverage of the upcoming Philips Hong Kong watch auction that's going to take place on the 24th and 25th of May. So it's almost already here, less than a week away. But I'm going to start with something that I just posted on Instagram. Um, and it is a beautiful watch, really one of a kind. You probably remember my coverage of the new Reverso Tribute chronograph. And I will post a link to that as well. But it was one of the best releases of Watches and Wonders, and it brought back memories of that golden decade of Jaeger-LeCoultre when they re-energized the entire brand using the Reverso as a canvas for complications. Before the 90s, complicated Reverso was a contradiction in terms. It was always a time only watch, at least in serial production for Jaeger-LeCoultre. And the 1996 chronograph was something truly special. They did something that they replicated as it's their want in stainless steel with the Grand Sport, more accessible. After all, Günther Blümlein's motto was always the democratization of complications, and Jaeger-LeCoultre always lives up to that. And even now, I think JLC is a brand that lives up to that banner. However, it turns out that almost 6 decades ago, someone else had beaten Jaeger-LeCoultre to the finishing line at their own game, so to speak. And even if this is just a prototype, ultimately a one-of-a-kind watch that was clearly too costly to produce serially, still it's an interesting relic of history, and it is quite amazing. I came across this when I was going through some old auction catalogs. As you can see, I never stop obsessing about these things. I came across it in first of all in an antiquarian catalog from 1990, where they held an auction in Tokyo, and where this piece sold for the equivalent of 155,000 Swiss francs, without including the buyer's premium at the time. Apparently, it had sold just a little over a year earlier at Sotheby's Geneva for 170,500 Swiss francs. And I've also been told, although I haven't been able to recover the information or the visuals from that auction, but I was told that it somehow resurfaced in 1996 as well. And I don't know who owns it at this point. Um, I don't know who has it in their museum, perhaps, but it is a Movado piece as far away from what we are used to seeing from Movado these days, but certainly not at all uncommon for that time period. The watch is from 1939, and as you guys know, Movado had a lot of interesting, complicated watches at the time, especially chronographs, the M90s, M95s, the sub Cs and super sub Cs, and later on the Astronics. All of these are very collectible watches, very collectible vintage pieces in their own right today. This was built basically on a reverso case they bought from Venga, or that was supplied to them by Venga. Venga was making the cases for the reversos in the 30s, and they supplied these to many other brands, including, for example, Patek Philippe, and that's something that I will cover in the future as well. Some very rare Patek Philippe reversos from the 30s have also come up in the markets, have come up in these kinds of contexts before they disappeared again, never to be seen. They produced this in a prototype version, and even though the first and second pictures don't really do it much justice, you can see on the third, and this is from the Antiquorum catalog, that the piece is actually a two-tone piece with the classic carriage executed in 18-karat white gold with that beautiful perlage decoration, the circular graining that's initially served a utilitarian purpose, more making the surface more corrosion resistant. However, of course, it became quite quickly a decorative element that had been preserved up until the most recent generation. Nowadays, the tribute to 1931 series have carriages whose insides are decorated by Art Deco sun rays, I think by some sort of stamping method. I think it's aesthetically pleasing. I think it's interesting, but I most certainly prefer this seeing a reverso carriage with that classic perlage finish. The swiveling case is actually executed in 18-karat yellow gold. And it is laid out in a way that seemingly privileges the chronograph side of things, even though that side is unbranded. You see the two pushers, and I will come to that. They are not actually both serving chronograph functions. But to accommodate the chronograph on the timekeeping side of things, you have the subsidiary dial for seconds actually placed at 12 o'clock rather than the conventional 6 o'clock. There you see the Movado branding. The hands are tempered, heat-blued stainless steel. The condition of the watch seems almost impeccable, very well preserved. It is a 24 by 44 millimeter reverso, so a little more tall, a little more slender than the classic sizing of the reverso, so a little bit of an oversized version compared to the 30s take on the reverso compared to the original take on the reverso. And on the flip side, you have an oversized 30-minute totalizer and mirroring the seconds. You also have a seconds counter. Hey JJ, how are you? Uh, I should be watching boxing. I should be watching boxing. Thanks for reminding me. Just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, we are back. So on the flip side, we are greeted with an oversized subdial for continuous running seconds, topped off with a 30-minute totalizer. It turns out that this is actually a monopusher, single button chronograph. So the lower slide pusher is actually for all the chronograph functions: start, stop, and reset. Whereas the above slide is for locking, for disabling the chronograph functions. So if you would like to actually, after you reset the chronograph, disable the functions and flip to the timekeeping side, just so you don't drain the movement, you can do that. And obviously, when it comes to 30s and 40s chronograph movements, you don't really have the seemingly infinite power reserve that chronographs nowadays have. As mentioned, again, this was a one off. This ended up being a pièce unique because Movado realized it would be probably prohibitive in terms of the costs to produce something like this serially at the time. The piece has an hand wound 8-line rhodium plated caliber shaped for the case that beats at 2.5 hertz with a lever escapement and a bimetallic balance spring with Piguet overcoil. Matte silver dial on both sides with enamel painted Arabic numerals. Quite unique for its time and even unique for now, and an interesting piece of both Movado's and JLC's history. We're back to my coverage of the Philips Hong Kong watch auction number 16. The auction is going to take place, obviously, in Hong Kong on May 24th and 25th. Not long to go now. And we are back at lots number 864, which was my thumbnail for today. This is part of that famous Opus series, which Max Büsser, when he was head of the watches division at Harry Winston, started in 2001. And Opus 1 was, in fact, as we have covered on this channel before, chronomètre tourbillon made with FP Jean. This is opus number 5, and it is a watch that was made in collaboration with Felix Baumgartner, who is the co-founder and master watchmaker is of Uhrwerk, which is, of course, now a well-recognized independent brand. And this work particularly implements a three-dimensional signature satellite time display, which of course was not the first by Uhrwerk by any means. It was in fact Audemars Piguet who really pioneered this particular way of displaying time, this way of expressing hours and minutes in wristwatches at the very least. But nevertheless, Uhrwerk is certainly one brand that made it their bread and butter, one brand that made it their signature. And in many ways, it's much like the oversized date, right? People very ignorantly in the world of watches say things like, you know, it's a very German thing, this oversized date display, which I find extremely laughable because you know, it just shows how little people know about watches in a historical sense that extends before yesterday. They see an oversized date on a Glashütte Original watch. They see an oversized date in an A. Lange & Söhne watch and suddenly decide that it's what Germans do and no one did it before. Whereas, of course, the story is actually very simple. It was Jaeger-LeCoultre that devised the particular module, which was gifted to A. Lange & Söhne since at that time and to this day still, the two brands are sister brands. At that time, they existed under the umbrella of Les Manufactures Horlogères and under the common leadership of Günther Blümlein, even though, of course, Henri John Belmont was the CEO of Jaeger-LeCoultre at the time specifically. Anyway, so Uhrwerk's ownership or signature of these wandering hours complication is a similar story, although it needs to be, of course, recognized that they built an entire brand out of it rather than AP's Star Wheel, which had its moment in the past, but didn't quite take off until now when it was finally released again as a particular version of the Code 1159. And now that's Uhrwerk actually made it so successful, so recognizable, and so popular, people are much more receptive of this particular way of displaying time. I think Uhrwerk's version, quite honestly, is a little more pleasing to the eye and a little more interesting visually speaking. I feel it is a little more playful. This particular example has a retrograde minute hand, as well as a power reserve indicator, as well as a day and night indicator. It is executed in platinum and was apparently at the time made in a limited run of 45 pieces. This particular example is numbered 25 out of 45. There's a very endearing service indicator that's scaled all the way up to 5 years, which is ingenious. Talk about imposing guilt on the customer, you know, once it's like the engine light that always blinks. And Felix Baumgartner's signature is both on the case back under Opus number 5, and of course on the very dial of the watch, along with the brand's own signature, Harry Winston, F. Baumgartner. And the piece strikes a decent balance between the industrial design language of Uhrwerk and the more um, old school, old world elegance that Harry Winston aims to produce in their pieces. Of course, these columns um, that are widely used in Harry Winston's watch designs harken back to the facade of their flagship building in New York City. Hey, Mitch. Hi, Corrado. Nice to see you. Eddie, JJ, Mitch, are you there still?
Yeah.
What are you smoking, man?
Oh no, I
Legal?
ain't smoking anything. No,
No?
no. Just just rounding off my last beer here before I go to bed here. So figured I'd
Nice. Nice.
tune in. I gotta be up at 6:30 tomorrow, which is gonna be fucking peachy. But hey, what do you do? What do you do?
Nice. Well, if I may ask, why that early on a Sunday? Are you going to church?
Um, no, actually. So long story short here, we're about halfway done shearing the Meech's sheep. That's right, boys and girls. The Meech's sheep look away. The Meech's sheep are becoming naked. They're becoming naked. Um, what is this? What is this?
No, Eddie was asking me just now, have you added any watches to your collection this year? This is the cheapie that I've just added, designed like a classic Calatrava on a hand wound Celita movement, French designed, Swiss made, the Archie watch. Yes, please continue. So you are almost done with the shearing?
Yeah, no, I mean it's different. It's definitely a different feeling this year because usually I mean, it's kinda nice because usually we do this in the very early spring, so usually in March when there's snow on the ground and it's still, like, I don't know, like 15 degrees above, so to do it in the early steps of summer here is kind of different, anyways, long story short, the guy, he showed up about 3 hours late, and, he wanted to quit about 2 hours early, so he said, "Well," he said, "we're not quite half done, so we're gonna finish up tomorrow," which I'm not exactly thrilled about, but hey, what do you do? What do you do? But in the meantime, it's been a long day.
I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you will be able to get things under control tomorrow with an early
Yeah,
day.
hopefully. Yeah, hopefully. So, it is what it is.
Great. Also, Eddie, so this, I got this, and I have one more watch coming on the way, and I'm trying to close on a deal on another watch. Those watches are a little more significant than this. I'm sure it won't impress Meech because they are cheap and nasty, and vintage pieces and have absolutely no hype behind them. So
Ooh, nasty
it's
and vicious.
it's okay. It's okay. Meech stands head and shoulders above all watch investors, after all, right?
Mhm. Yes. As a matter of fact, I gave Oz some financial advice here. I think he should really, jokes aside, I really think he should get the blue dial Santos and medium. I don't get his obsession with. It's whatever, honestly. That's an inside
Dude,
joke.
I don't. Yeah, not. I'm not pocket counting for anyone, but I think if anyone in our community is in no need of financial advice, that's probably Ozzy. I think he knows what he's doing with his money better than 99% of the people in this community.
I would agree, but at the same time, he's entertaining buying a Tudor Ranger, so it doesn't exactly strike me as the most stable financial decision. So,
No, no, but I mean, that's absolutely not the watches are for. Smarter people invest in things that actually make them significant amount of money, not, $1,000, $2,000 over the course of the year. So
well, I agree. You're definitely not going to make your money back on a Ranger. But hey, I mean, Ozzy's pretty consistent on why he wants a Ranger. Uh, Whatever.
look, I mean, I one of the guys in the cigar lounge has gotten one, a Tudor Ranger. Um, and he put it in rotation with the original self-winding Bond watch by Omega, and I think it's a cool piece. I think it's a cool piece.
I
It's
agree.
it's a great everyday watch. Um, and Oz has this supernatural ability of using those kinds of pieces in one way or another. Not to mention the sweet talking and the sweets feeding tendencies that he has with his sales associates, and he somehow ends up with watches that are even more interesting. So if a Tudor Ranger gets him closer to yet another Daytona, the end game justifies the means in a way. At any rate,
Yeah, I certainly agree. I mean, it's a shame that Ozzy really isn't he's not really deep into horology like me. I mean, guys who are deep into horology, we got the Speedmaster. The Speedmaster is complete justification. Ozzy clearly doesn't like it because not really much of our. He's not really into horology. He's into hype pieces only, which is unfortunate. It's very
how do
unfortunate.
you when you say deep into horology, how do you spell horology in that particular case?
Oh no, I'm about 6 beers in, so I'm gonna spell it
Yeah,
WHORE.
with, with a silent with a silent W. So that
Mhm.
yeah, great. Corrado Galizia, my favorite name to pronounce as always, and one of my favorite people in the audience. 4.99. Check out Sotheby's Newman display coming up at Lime Rock Park Racetrack next week. Hopefully, stopping to see a couple of Daytonas. Hey guys, I actually covered these two Daytonas basically the minute they were announced to the public. So I'm gonna send the link to the chat for that video. Check it out. Please drop some comments and likes. And as you probably already know, Corrado, the white gold one actually was on Paul Newman's wrist the last time he was doing laps at the Lime Rock Park, I believe. So that's very beautiful and very sentimental. So thank you for alerting me. I want to see it now. Yeah, wow. So these are the two watches. The 16520 white dial on the Zenit El Primero 400 based movement, caliber 4030. That is one that Paul Newman actually won by becoming the oldest member of a team that won, uh, serious race. And then the second one was the last gifted Daytona by Joanne Woodward, who bought it for her beloved husband. That's 116519 on the leather strap in white gold with the black dial. And on the case back, it says drive very slowly, Joanne, which is kind of quirky and very touching indeed, because it was something that she gifted her husband in old age, as you can see here. Lime Rock Park will celebrate the 37th anniversary of Paul Newman's historic Trans Am win with a rare one-day only exhibit of his racing estate during the Trans Am Memorial Day Classic. That's basically next weekend, huh? Organized by Sotheby's in advance of the World of Joanne Woodward and Paul Newman auction in June, with logistic support from Salisbury Bank, the exhibit is part of a larger celebration of the great actor and racing legend's life and career. The World of Joanne Woodward and Paul Newman exhibit will highlight the personal collection of the former Hollywood it couple, including two of Paul's Rolex Daytona watches, a selection of helmets, racing suits, and other memorabilia Newman used during his storied career. The museum-like exhibit will be open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturday, May 27th only. Admission is included with a VIP hospitality ticket. Guys, if you are in the Northeast, if you are in New England, if you're in the northeastern seaboard, I think that's something they use, right? You should try to take advantage of this. Exactly a week from today, in the morning, early, 9 a.m., it is opening, and you can access both the Trans Am special with the VIP hospitality ticket and see the exhibition. Apparently, the Lime Rock president, Dickie Regal, says, "We are thrilled to be hosting this special exhibit in honor of Paul Newman. He was not only a great actor and philanthropist, but also a passionate and talented race car driver. His legacy continues to inspire people around the world. We are honored to be able to share a small part of that legacy with our visitors." The Trans Am Memorial Classic is a 4-day event that celebrates American horsepower and international classic cars. The weekend will also host 2 car shows and the CT Craft Beer Grand Prix on Sunday. Wow. All right. About the watches. Paul Newman's watches have become, okay, that kind of generalities we can dispense with. We know that Newman was gifted the Zenit, the reference 16520, in 1995 after winning in the GTS 1 class at 24 Hours of Daytona. He was gifted it as the Man of the Year in motorsports, and the case back is inscribed in that um, particular way. On the case back, Rolex at Daytona 24, Paul Newman Rolex Motorsports Man of the Year 1995. And at age 70 in 1995, he became the oldest to win a sanctioned race. It still stands in the Guinness Book of World Records, or records, I guess. Sorry, my English is not serving me well tonight. The second watch holds an even greater sentimental value. The white gold chronograph, circa 2006, was a gift to Newman from his wife, Joanne Woodward. The piece is one of the three known Daytonas gifted to the actor, but is reportedly the last one. It is distinguished by a caseback engraving that reads a drive very slowly, Joanne. And of course, it goes in the line of those earlier legendary Daytonas, the Paul Newman exotic dial, the Big Red, both of which were signed in similar ways by Joanne Woodward. And here's the copy, which is very touching for Joanne Woodward. This phrase was meant to hug Newman's wrist and trigger a reminder to keep his hands at 10 and 2 while navigating life in the fast lane. Very cool. Most notably, okay, this is what I was talking about. Most notably, perhaps, Paul wore the gift from Joanne as he took his famous final laps at Lime Rock Park on August 13th, 2008. It's very, very beautiful. And of course, he was to pass away in a little more than a month on September 26th, 2008. Wow. That's amazing. I didn't realize there was an exhibition to go with it. Corrado, thank you so much for sharing that. And I hope you actually make it to the track. What do you think, Nietzsche?
No, it's
I know you are
it's
not a big
definitely
fan of the Daytona, but even this kind of mythology, even that this kind of story doesn't really suit you. You don't care.
no, it absolutely warms my heart. It's like chicken soup for the soul, my guy. I feel absolutely touched in more ways than one. No,
Ho-
I mean jokes aside.
hopefully not in a bad way.
No, I think jokes aside, no, I think it's look, I mean, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I'm not a big fan of the Daytona, but I think this is the story here, if you will, is what makes the Daytona quite unique, quite special, and definitely it adds to the charm that is the Daytona. Yeah, very, very, very nice touch to it all.
I mean, Rolex, of course, recognizes uh, Paul Newman's name and the weight it has and the effect it had in really getting the Daytona to a very different level. Um, I know in the green room, uh, not to be confused with our green room, of course, of the Oscars, of the Academy Awards, they actually had the Paul Newman Daytona on display. The Paul Newman Daytona, the one that sold for what was it, $12 million, 12 million and change. Um, and then they also used, as you might remember, Paul Newman's likeness pretty heavily in terms of the commercial they had for the new reference number and the new product family 126500. It's pretty fascinating when you think about it, that they came to recognize the effect that vintage watches and Daytonas had. For the collectability of Rolex watches and for the kind of standing they have today. So it's, I know you don't like vintage watches getting a shine, but once every so
Ah,
often the
it's not
general
that I
public
don't like vintage
recognizes.
watches getting a shine. It's just, it has to be done. Has to be done right.
So what's Meech up to these days, man? Tell me more beyond the beer drinking and goats shearing or sheep shearing. What's going on in the world of
I'm just
watches?
busy. Just busy. No, I haven't done fuck all with watches. I mean, yeah, I got a call for an Air King, but um, look, the Meach can't be seen with something as garbage as that. I mean, what would the fucking punters think at that point? Honestly, I haven't done shit. I've just been too busy here. I mean, we've had. I mean, you already know we've had like 2 weeks of nothing but straight rain. Like I said, I feel like I'm in Vietnam fighting the Viet Cong. They're in the damn trees, my guy. Just haven't had any dry weather here in the last couple of days, and somebody figured it out. In the last 6 months, 6 months,
Hmm.
we've had 3.5 weeks of decent and desirable weather, which is absolutely insane when you think about it, because the rest of the time has either been covered in snow, high winds, or rain. And yeah, it's it's depressing to think about, but hey, what do you do? What do you do?
All 29 says, please tell Meech I said hi, young Brando.
I'll accept your greetings, and I will say hi back to you, good sir, or madam, or what's the official term? To whom it may address. There you go.
To whom it may concern, or dear
There you go.
dear madam slash sir.
Sire.
Um,
Yeah, there you go.
but
Madam or sire.
uh, he has Yoda in the avatar, so I'll take it. I'll take it. I like all 29.
Yeah, no, other than that, it's just been trying to keep the water out of. I mean, everyone's been facing the same thing, like trying to keep the water out of the house. I mean, the local church here flooded finally. The entire basement just flooded out, and
Final what how do you mean, Meech? Finally.
well, I
It
mean, like
seems
everyone
you
else's
make it
houses.
sound like you were hoping for them to be flooded.
No, it's just like everyone else's house was flooded out and everything else. Everyone else was fighting like water in their basements, and finally the church gets flooded out. I mean, I made a joke. I said of what the pastor, because me and the pastor are very good friends here, and I always like to bust his balls a little bit. I said,
Really?
so
How did
I,
you
s-
how did you how shall I put this? How did you nurture that friendship? Certainly not in the church, I believe.
no, no, I mean it's one too many visits to the confession booth, if you will. But I told the preacher, I said, so are you gonna be coming? Are you gonna be showing up with a wheelbarrow to ask for those donations nowadays, or what? Because they need a whole new basement remodel now because it's been flooded out. I
Oh no.
feel I feel genuinely bad for them.
Of course.
I don't quite get how it happened, other than it's just dumb luck, because the foundation of the church is actually on a hill. It's on a giant hill, actually. I'm just not sure how they end up getting flooded out. It's quite bizarre, if you ask me. But
Mm.
hey, um, yeah, and then unfortunately, we had a good neighbor passed away here, and
Oh no.
he was a
Well,
friend of my father's, and
commiserations.
um, that'll be his funeral will be here next week here, I believe, next weekend, and yeah, no, it's lots been going on here. It's a lot of unfortunate events, but hey, it is what it is,
No.
and all you can do is keep moving forward.
My condolences, Mitch. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel bad for the daughter, because she really has a lot of weight shifted on her shoulders now, and
Of course.
I hope the best for her, truly.
Yeah, it's obviously, every life lost is lost too early, but it's a huge, it's even more difficult to deal with for for the ones who are left behind in either case. It's really sad.
Oh, absolutely. It's quite eerie, actually. Not to give too much away, but about 8 years ago, around my neighborhood, I mean, during the summer, you could see lights on. People were grilling. They're having bonfires around the holidays. People were putting up Christmas decorations, etc. Now, as we look at today, all the places are completely pitch black because all the residents, if you will, have moved on. It's That's
Mm.
quite eerie.
People don't have the same joy in life, you mean? Is that what you imply?
No, I mean they're all dead.
Okay. And no one took their place, no one took their homes, no one took
No,
over? No?
grandkids don't want the place, and it's just nobody's interested, and with all due respect, not to keep not to bring in politics here, but I think if the economy was a little bit better, yeah, people would probably move in, but people are smart enough now that they realize that now is not the greatest time to buy anything, and I don't
Mm.
blame them for not wanting to be interested in buying anything, especially out here. So, it opens up the door for uninvited guests. People have allegedly been rumored to show up to these uninhabited places, and they've vandalized, they've stolen furniture,
Oh no.
they've stripped the car parts that were in the garages and stuff like that. They've taken out batteries, they've siphoned gas. It's unfortunate because they know no one's there anymore. So what do you do?
It's very sad. It's also a little bit, how shall I put it, scary. Um,
Yeah, yeah, I'd agree.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to pick up the thread from
I
there.
mean, yeah, it's completely. I mean, it's completely fucking bamboozled of depression. But anyways, and more positive news, I should say. Summer's around the corner here. Eventually, yeah. I mean, the girls are gonna be breaking out their short shorts and bikinis, and the beards will flow. Yeah. So I mean, that's
But the
something
beer
to look
has
forward
been
to.
flowing. I'm given to understand at least today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, shit. I mean, with all due respect, fuck me dead. I mean, trying to chase
Okay.
around ewes in 70-degree weather. I mean, your balls are sticking to your thigh 90% of the time. So I mean, the fucking ewes don't want to be. They don't want their haircuts. They want to keep the party in the back. It's an absolute fucking nightmare. It's a shit show. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work for such little pay. But you know, it is what it is.
Su- Such little pay. You're not
Hmm.
paying yourself much.
No, 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 no. I mean, if I'm lucky, I'm gonna. I talked to the sheep shearer today. I said, he said, how many ewes you got in here? I said, oh, roughly 76. He said, well, I'm going to be honest with you. He said, you're probably going to get about $10 from me for shearing all of them. I said, well, that's just fucking peachy. I'm absolutely fucking thrilled to hear that. All that work for nothing. So, whatever.
Interesting.
The punters want synthetic. They want synthetic polo. They don't want cashmere anymore. Cashmere's out.
Um, arguably, people have gone crazy, especially with the pandemic and after the pandemic. The ultra luxury cashmere brands, like the Brunello Cucinelli, Loro Piana, they have, they were already very expensive. But nowadays, I see sometimes I go into their joints and look at some of the price tags. It's easily doubled or tripled in some items.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt. It's
So
just it's unfortunate guys like me who are in my industry don't get to see that money.
yeah,
Not
yeah, yeah.
not by a
That's
long shot.
exactly what I mean. I mean, it's usually the kind of the very rarefied ultra luxury brands that have a resurgence, and everyone else is much more interested in fast fashion. And if that involves cashmere, it's certainly not the not what an American farmer produces, let's put it that way. But I think that has been gone to China long time ago anyways. But even the
Oh
weaving and the
yeah.
plants, etc., have largely moved out of Scotland, for example. I don't think there are many facilities anymore. There are like one or two household brands that still make that kind of product out of Scotland. Everything else has been bought by the Italians and is supposedly made in Italy. But my fear and partly my understanding is a lot of times they just get the product basically finished elsewhere and then, weave the tag in Italy. Made in
I'd
Italy.
say yeah, that's probably like what I mean. You don't even have to put that into fashion or anything else. I mean, I feel like you could do that with 90% of the industry: cooking utensils, your tool bases. I mean, it just seems like it's anything like that, where it's like 90% done in China, and they just the 10% of it just gets slapped onto a label. So what do you do?
Yeah, it's
Anyways, though,
who knows how much of that, this can be a good segue actually, because who knows how much of that is reflected actually in the horological industry, because the standards of Swissness, as you know, imply that by value only 55% of the watch needs to be made in Switzerland
Oh
to
well, I mean that
qualify.
that that's easy though. I mean, like everyone knows, like Omega's bracelets are made in China. Like everyone knows this. I mean, this is like common knowledge here. That's why they're so
Sure,
janky.
sure.
They're
The
just so,
qualify.
so
I
good,
mean, yeah.
so cheap.
But yeah, to qualify for Swiss made, for a watch to be Swiss made, only 55% of the value of the watch needs to be made in Switzerland, and it's not only Omega. I don't think.
Yeah, I
It's
mean, Grand
actually a very
Seikos. I mean,
wide.
everybody knows they're like Chinese children are putting them together. They're on assembly line. I mean, it's not. There's no such thing as Zeratsu polishing. They just polish the shit out of it. I mean, the same polish goes to the Breitlings. It's all made in the same Chinese factory. It's common knowledge.
You're vicious. I mean, Grand Seiko never claimed to be Swiss made. At any rate, I think you're talking about something different. But
No, I'm just saying. Like, I mean,
I
all
know
that
your
Zeratsu
personal.
polishing, all that shit is just bullshit. It's just same factory that Breitlings are made in. They just polish the shit out of it. They polish
I
the
guess
turd.
I guess the Grand Seiko you bought and sold didn't prove to be that much of an investment, Mitch, did it?
No, no. I mean, everyone knows Seikos are fucking terrible investments. I mean, it's
No,
just
no,
common
I'm
knowledge.
talking about the purchase you made and the money that you lost. Don't give me an abstract answer when it comes to your mistakes.
Hey, no, I mean, everyone knows. I mean, like, Seikos are just terrible fucking for the value. I mean, it is what it is. That's why nobody wants them. Nobody fucking wants them. That's why they never took off in the US.
How many of them did you have in your collection so far?
One.
Okay.
And it's probably gonna stay that way. With the exception, if I can steal that
Okay.
that snowflake, that what the fuck does Grand Seiko call it? Early frost. If I can steal that thing for under $5,000, I probably would buy it.
The one with the spring drive, the SBGA 211.
No. The SB. Oh shit. I'm running off of memory here. SBG 2908, is it? I can't remember, but it's Grand Seiko's take on a Tiffany blue, but they frosted it out.
Ah, okay.
Um,
So
so they
not
made two
not the
versions of
not
this,
the
right?
classic, not the classic snowflake.
No, not the snowflake. No, everybody knows the snowflake it's cliche.
Ah, the 387 apparently, huh?
Yeah, I legitimately can't remember the reference. Remember the reference number. See, that's the unfortunate thing about Grand Seiko. They got like 20 different reference numbers that are all kind of the same.
Maybe.
Because I
I
know,
think
I
I
know,
think
like
it's because
it's
people don't care. When people care enough, it's always recognizable. Is it this one?
yeah, I'd say yeah, yep. Because I know they made two versions of this. One of a clean dial, if you will, and then one like this where it's frosted.
Yeah, it's an interesting piece, but carries a silly premium apparently on, um, at least on Chrono 24, which
Whoa, 15
it,
grand.
it
No, this can't be the same. I mean, it's close to the one I was looking at. Because the one I was looking at averaged at 6 grand, six and a half at its highest. This one must be a very unique and limited one. But I mean, it's
okay.
tomatoes, close enough. Put it that way. So the one I was looking at is, I think I seen him go as I seen him dip as low as like five, like low fives. Um, Either way though, I mean, like I said, if it dipped below five, I'd probably scoop it up because it's just it really is a nice looking watch. I'll admit it. I mean, it got finished off by Breitling. It's got the Breitling polish to it. Looks great. Looks great.
Okay, I think not now I found it. This is SPGA 407. This.
Yeah, let's just call it at that. Let's run it. I mean,
And
God
it's
knows Seiko
priced
makes a ton of them.
it's priced around what you just mentioned, 5800 or something like that.
Yeah, let's just call it at that. But either way, I mean, I'll admit Seiko does make a very pretty baby blue, if you will.
Okay.
And if I get bored enough, yeah, I might buy one. I could see myself buying one actually.
I don't know. I've never bought a watch just because I like the dial color, so I don't know what to tell you there, but good luck.
I mean, if anything gives me more credit than Ozzy here, I mean, it means that I'm more of a true watch collector than Ozzy. I mean, who's Ozzy? Obviously, Ozzy's just trying to buy the high pieces. So
Well, I think the difference between Ozzy and you is you both try to buy the high pieces. Ozzy is just more successful.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, he's considering the Air King. I wouldn't call that successful at all. I mean,
What if
given the
the Air
fact he's
King?
wanting to bite down on one.
What if the Air King comes bundled with the Platona? Platona? No,
I mean, the fact that he still had to buy the shit king for it kind of defeats the purpose.
no, it does not. Come on.
I mean, I give Marcelo more credit at that point because he didn't have to buy a shit king,
Oh, but
I mean, let's be honest.
beautiful.
Even if Oz does clutch one, I mean, there's only one Ponticello, and Marcelo did it first. So I mean, Ozzy's really just following it up at that point. I mean, it's kind of sad, if anything.
You have a point there. You have a point. It's a very flimsy and lame point, but you do have a point.
I mean, jokes aside, I do think Ozzy's right. I think the old Daytonas are a lot better than the new ones. I just
No, you
I
guys are
can't
being
get on
emotional.
board.
You guys are
No,
being
I
emotional.
just I don't like the new ones. I don't know what it is, but
Well, to
I'm
to
not
begin
on
with,
board.
in your case, Mitch, again, sometimes I just flippantly say I don't care what you think, etc. But in this case, I genuinely don't because you don't even like the watch to begin with. So to kind of gauge by how you feel about the new Daytona, um, to understand what the design is worth based on that, I'm not gonna do that.
I don't know, but a lot
Because
of
you
people
don't
are
you
in the
don't
same
like it
boat
to begin
though.
with.
Say a lot of people are in the same boat. A lot of people say, "Hey, the old Daytona was better."
Um, how would they know? The new ones haven't even hit the stores yet, except for very exclusive previews. No one has really seen them. How would they know which one is better?
We just know. We just know, man. We just know. It's like
So,
riding a bike. We just know.
really but to be honest, again, just to put it out there, between people who have gotten exclusive previews because of their relationships at authorized dealers, beyond people who are representatives and ambassadors, beyond people who have seen the watch at Watches and Wonders 2023, they haven't hit the stores yet. In fact, I just heard someone who picked up a John Mayer Daytona from one of the big dealers here. So they're still delivering the older pieces. So for now, I can understand. I mean, look, Mitch, including people who don't even care about the model, the design, Daytona in the beginning, everyone is entitled to an opinion. Don't take me wrong. It's not my business to dictate that. But honestly, to have a final judgment on whether it's not good, whether it doesn't shape up to the older model,
I didn't say it
it's
wasn't
too
good.
early.
Don't get it twisted. I didn't say it wasn't good. I understand like the old design seemed a lot better.
Okay, now I'm gonna put you to task. Why?
I just if the rumors are true, the lugs are longer, they're more beefier, and I think Ozzy has a point based off my conversation with him and in Discord here. I think he's right. I think
Mhm.
the rubber strap is going to make the newer version wear much larger than versus the older generation. If that's the case, and obviously
Mhm.
I clearly don't like it, and Ozzy has clearly stated he doesn't like the newer version because it wears very much larger. um, the one thing I will say on my from my point of view is I like the idea of I mean, would you call it domed? I wouldn't call it domed by any shot, but it just seems like the bezel from the previous generation, just seems to be a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Not well built, but just better balanced versus the one where it's very thin and it kind of looks, I don't know, a
To
little,
me,
little awkward.
honestly, I think, again, not having seen them in person side by side, this is what I will say. Clearly, the watch is bigger, which is something that I don't like. I have always been a huge advocate of the classic proportions of the Daytona, which are closer to 38 millimeters than 40. Now I think it has kind of creeped up to a real 40, even though it has always been advertised as a 40 millimeter watch by Rolex's terms. Uh, Everything else I completely disagree with, because to me it combines two of the best visual cues that I've always loved about the Daytona. One, when you look at the face of the watch, it is much more similar to the Zenith generation Daytona we were just looking at, the 16520, with longer, more slender, and elegant indices for the hour markers. So I like that, and I much prefer that to the generation of 116500. And I also prefer the slimmer bezel that is inserted into a matching a ring in a matching metal. I think it's a much better frame. I think it's more, again, it's a more slender, more elegant design. If the watch, still to limp wrists like me, remains wearable, to me, I prefer this. If the watch has grown in size where it's became just like any other Rolex, which looks like um, which looks like what Steinhardt's look to people who love modern Rolex. To me, that's how a modern Rolex looks to begin with. Then, yeah, then I will jump on the board with you. I will say, hey, this is no good. But aesthetically, on paper, it's exactly what I like about Daytona combined in a single watch, combined in a neat package. If it's too big now, that's too bad for me, but it would be a great watch for someone else for sure.
Yeah, fair enough. I will say this though, from a guy who really loves the rose gold, I think the rose gold, the new updated rose gold versions suck ass on the new models compared to the old ones.
Tell me
That
more.
being
Why?
said, I think while I've seen the previous generation rose gold, and it's just like the black and the way they did the rose gold on the subdials, it looks fucking amazing. It does. I mean, at first I had my doubts, but I actually seen one in person. Looks fucking amazing. Versus this one, it just looks too pale. But like I said, I think the yellow gold version of this looks amazing. I think it looks better than the previous generation yellow gold. Um, I'm more of a rose gold guy myself, mainly because I can pull it off because I have obviously the skin tone to do so. We'll
Ooh,
have to wait and see how pale it is on those subdials, because if they're really like very pale to the point where they're like a champagne color, I think it looks like shit personally, in my opinion, versus where it was the kind of like a bronze on the previous generation. And while I'm technically on the wait list for the new Daytona, I'm really hoping for a old gen rose gold version to slip through the cracks. And I almost think that my boutique is sitting on one right now, and they're just kind of waiting it out right now because the way they worded it to me when I turned on the Air King made it sound like they had one coming in. That said, though, well, time will tell. Time will tell.
Well, you know what, Meech? If they still have that Air King, I think you should pay them a visit and say, you know what? If you give me a Daytona, I will get that Air King off your hands as well.
I think
Maybe
I'd
that
rather just
would be
hang myself before I be seen in public wearing a
okay.
shit king.
But trigger warning: we don't suicidality, guys. Don't do it. Don't do it. But yeah, you mean in a video game, of course, when you
No,
said that.
I mean no, I mean straight up and real. No, I'm just look. I will say this: the new Air King I like the new case design. All right, I think the new case design is a very much needed improvement to the watch. I think the bracelet's very
Okay.
nice. I think the clasp is very nice. I just think the dial's fucking hideous, even with the adjusted. Was it 9, 3, and 6, and the 12 has loom on it now, if I remember correctly. Either way, I still think the dial is completely hideous. And I still want Take One, even if it was at retail. I can't convince myself that it's a good
Mm.
watch.
Yeah, look, I think it's an acquired taste, and I mean, I think even an acquired taste is not the best way to put this. It's a very quirky watch. It's a watch that they very consciously try to make look like nothing else in the catalog, because Air King used to be, before the generation that they made it with the Bloodhound car dashboard look in this way, before they added the zero. Um, Before then, it was just a junior Explorer, or like a smaller Oyster Perpetual, basically.
Right.
That's what the Air King was, and Rolex has been very intentionally moving toward this product lineup where every single line, every single family has kind of a purpose, but certainly a specific niche. I think that's why the Milgauss was eliminated as well, because it was just outmoded technology, right? The anti
Well,
when
the case was too thick. It was just the watch had many problems in
I mean,
itself.
in an age, in an age where you have amagnetic calibers, and even their own transitional metal parachrome, hairsprings are already quite anti-magnetic to begin with. It just didn't make sense. So if Rolex brings back something like the Milgauss, it has to make sense. And in the same way, Rolex wanted to make Air King into a line where it it's a different watch. It's not just some odd looking Explorer. It's not just an OP in a different kind of case and without crown guards. It's a different flavor in terms of the professional line. Um, and I understand, I don't like it either. Don't take me wrong. I'm not defending the design. I think it's a dog's breakfast, but it has a reason to exist in this way, at least.
Yeah, I'd agree. And I know a guy who's sitting on the previous generation Air King, and he wants retail for his Air King. And long story short, we had to come to Jesus moment. I said, "Look," I said, "you're not going to get retail for that watch." I said, "Even when it was in production, that watch was seen more as a burden. Like you had to buy it if you wanted to get a Panda Daytona. Like Rolex knew nobody wanted that watch, and so they forced you to buy it." I said, if Rolex had discontinued the Air King like they had discontinued the Milgauss, meaning that they never made an update and they just simply kicked it off the catalog, I said, I think you'd have a legitimate argument of being able to dump yours for retail. But I said, the unfortunate part for you is this: they updated it, and the update's way better than the version that you have, and nobody wants your version. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. I said, you have to take a loss on it or trade it in.
you know you actually have a great point there, because sometimes people have this mistaken assumption that when a watch gets discontinued, when it gets modified and rehauled and revised in a significant way by a brand, they assume automatically that the model that's discontinued is going to sell for a fortune right away, if not right away, soon enough. And that's usually not true. There, like you said, there's a reason why certain watches are not desired, why they don't perform well on the market, why people don't show interest to them. And for every Royal Oak and Nautilus that had a choppy beginning and picked up in an incredible wave of hype, in circumstances that no one could control, in circumstances that no one could script, there is, uh, just look at, for example, the sculpture watch by Patek. Does anyone remember? The Neptune. Does anyone remember the Patek Philippe Neptune? I love the watch. I love the bracelet, but just because it was ignored in its time and no one remembers it now doesn't mean it's going to be the hype watch in the next 20 years. Some pieces get discontinued because no one likes them. If you like them, buy them and wear them proudly and take advantage of the fact that the market um, lets them fly under the radar. But don't for a minute think just because a watch is the so-called dog of the line, it's not fated to become the next big thing. That's just not how things work. So I think, like you said, Meech, the new Air King, the revised version with the addition of the crown guards, with the more balanced style. First of all, it looks a little more different than just a messed up Explorer or just another kind of Oyster Perpetual. It looks like a different watch. I think it has a watch that has a stronger mainstream appeal, if not necessarily the next big hit on the Rolex catalog. Um, and that will probably mean the older version is not going to become a future classic, and that's okay. It's kind of like the Submariner 40, you know? If people hated the 41, Submariner 40 would become extremely desirable. Now, it retains its value really nicely. Some people actually love and still prefer the maxi cases, and they feel those bracelets are a little more comfortable and less bulky, and due respect. People have their own preferences, but it's not suddenly it's not suddenly a collectible just because Rolex revised the Submariner, right?
I mean, it's not hot horology.
How do we spell hot in that case?
We're gonna spell it Haute, although it sounds
Nice.
completely different.
No, I think you got it right, absolutely. But I'm not sure if Rolex has that sort of aspiration to begin with. But
Oh,
I get what you
absolutely
mean.
not. Absolutely. I mean, they're the most quote unquote hot watch they have is a fucking sky dweller. Let's be honest here.
And arguably the regatta timer, right? People always put
Yeah, but
put
nobody
those
cares
two,
enough about it though.
the
That's the
Yachtmaster
unfortunate
2.
part.
Yeah, sure, sure. Although I have a friend who loves the Yachtmaster 2 just because it's the biggest and most obnoxious in the line. Of course, barring the sea dwellers, starting with the deep sea and ending with the 50 millimeter Goliath, the deep sea challenge. But yeah, the Yachtmaster 2 has its niche, but certainly it's not by any means a mainstream desirable Rolex for one reason or another. I think things have to make sense, Meech, and Rolex is realizing that. I mean, when you have within the Yachtmaster line, when you have a watch like Yachtmaster 2 that doesn't even seem like it belongs to the same category as the stainless steel 40 millimeter Yachtmasters, or even the precious metals in Everose 40, white gold and yellow gold 42. They don't even look like they belong to the same product family. So Rolex doesn't like that. I don't think. I think
I think
they're
Rolex
looking
needs
to
to
change that.
justify their price point. I put one of my
Okay.
boutique reps on the spot, and I almost felt bad, but you know what? Fuck them. I asked her. I said, "Look," I said, "you're the most senior rep here, right?" And she said, "Yeah, I've been here for 20 plus years." I said, "Great. This should be a very easy task for you then." I said, I pulled up the JLC Reverso chronograph tribute.
Yeah.
I said, convince me why I should walk away from this and buy the 1908. And she stood there and she couldn't. She was dumbfounded. She couldn't answer. I said, you know what? Maybe that's a bit of a hard one. So we'll give you an easy one. I said, convince me why I should buy the Sky Dweller versus the Omega World Timer. And again, she just stood there like I just fucking ran over her goddamn chickens with my fucking car. And she was just shocked. I feel sorry for these reps because they have to justify their shitty ass watches when Omega, JLC, Zenith, they're catching up to Rolex here. Rolex's only fucking platform at this point is the sales reps taking the stock, throwing it in the safe, and driving up scarcity. That's the only platform they have left. They've been out, quote unquote, they've been out geared. Their movements are shit. I mean, they're no better than Tag Heuer's at this point. They're no better. JLC's doing it better.
No, that's not. I
I
mean,
mean,
the
Gerard
very
Perregau's doing better. Omega's doing it better. Seriously.
no way. Um, I mean, up until the last point, I completely agree. I mean, if you look at pieces like this, like the Polaris Perpetual Calendar, for example, this is like a True Blood dive watch, up to 10 bar, 100 meters, depth rating. Um, on the secondary market, you can already find it around 25, but the list price is 33. Um, and it's a perpetual calendar, which is again something that Rolex doesn't even have in the lineup. Like you said, they have the new Reverso Tribute chronograph,
I'm
which I
so
believe
tempted to buy this watch. I just
like
can't
you said,
justify it.
you know what, the 1908, the Rolex's new time only dress watch is $22,000 list, right?
Correct.
And this is $21,400 wrist. It's like you said, how do you justify that as a dress watch when you have this, which is like, if you don't care about the chronograph, look at how beautiful this is and how discreet the pushers are at any rate. If you want, don't ever flip it to the other side. And then
I agree. And I think the more mind-boggling part is you are taking two complications, in my opinion, that are so far right and left and smashing them into one single case and saying, you know what, all we want is 22 grand for it. Like, how does Rolex is shit in the bed at that point, right? I mean, they're like shit. I'm not gonna lie. We're getting cooked out here, man. This is it. File bankruptcy.
well, look, like you said, their blessing can, in long term turn out to be their curse, but Rolex somehow always finds a way to redefine themselves um, in these kinds of junctures. For now, like you said, they're just selling like hotcakes. Most models are extremely desirable. There are always, products in the range that are not necessarily aspired to, that don't appeal to everyone's taste, that don't have much recognition from the mainstream. But going back to that point, it the fact that Rolex manages to redefine itself from generation to generation and somehow maintain its position, it doesn't happen naturally. You know, it doesn't just happen on its own. It had the benefit, for example, of having someone like Patrick Heinecke as their CEO for for the 90s, and he had the vision to completely steer Rolex towards becoming a luxury brand, right? To the point that they were not competing with another watch anymore, but with sports cars, with yachts, with home renovation or whatever. Rather than spending money on a luxury trip, I'm going to treat myself to a Rolex. Now, like you said, so many brands have adopted the same approach. And so now Rolex is certainly, not alone at the top with their marketing, right? Now, AP is just as much of a desirable luxury brand, of course, in a much smaller scale as Rolex is. Now, Patek Philippe is, again, mainstream, high luxury in so many ways, of course, much more restricted and smaller in number. Richard Mille, much, much more restricted, smaller in number, but exorbitantly priced. So there are brands that play that game to a certain extent even better than Rolex at a smaller scale. So Rolex has to take this turn and plot their transition to the next step really carefully. Not that I have a vision for the next decade or next 2 decades, but it's not something you can take for granted. Just because you are heaps and shoulders, heads and shoulder above your competition for this generation and perhaps the next, doesn't mean you can maintain that forever just because you are called Rolex. Because certainly people are becoming more conscious. Sorry, I guess you had muted yourself. Sorry, go ahead.
No, no, I guess in the end here, like I said, I'm just gonna go back to what I said primarily. Rolex can only lean on the quote unquote fake scarcity for so long here and starting to run out of gas here. The Rolex reps hiding the shit in the safe, throwing it underneath the table. That's only gonna get them so far here before people realize it's not worth it anymore. There's better brands out there that are outclassing them mechanically, and that's just that. That's Rolex's last saving grace here.
Look, I mean, they're they're dealing with a unique problem in so many ways, because a lot of their competitors, again, in terms of name recognition, if not nothing else, have been very successfully adopting a campaign of reducing the points of sale, basically taking care of this problem they had in terms of leakages, in terms of their own lack of control about how their product is marketed and sold, not only on the secondary market, but even on the primary market. So now a lot of these brands, even the ones you mentioned, like even the tags and omegas of this world, they have a reach to the customer that is much more direct, and they can manage that. And especially when it comes to AP, especially when it comes to Patek, especially when it comes to brands like Richard Mille, they can control that sort of access and the policies that their limited group of retailers have in terms of presenting and selling their products. Whereas Rolex, because of their volume, really is no position to dictate closely terms on any particular authorized dealer. They can be more judicious. They can be They can do a little bit better policing, perhaps, but they really can't control what their dealer in Singapore does, what their dealer in United Arab Emirates does. They can't reach directly to Minnesota and decide what watches they're allowed to keep in the vault and what watches they have to release now. They just can't do that. So I'm not making excuses for them, but that is their problem. I'm sure they would rather have a better control over how their watches are sold. Now they can still use that to play the game of scarcity marketing, like you mentioned. I don't see into the future, but right now they don't even have the kind of control over their product to the point that they would decide, hey, don't give any punters any Daytonas because we want to keep them scarce. They just don't make more of them. The proportion remains the same. So that's all Rolex does at this point.
Yeah, well, I guess in the end, time will tell here. We'll see. We will see. But like I said, I mean, I do find it interesting here that, and I felt kind of dickish here to put my rep here on blast, but at the same time, it is her job to
Mm.
justify and to sell me the 1908 or the Sky Dweller versus the competition. And the fact that the reps struggle to do that because even they realize that this is all bullshit, kind of sad.
I'm actually surprised. I mean, they should have better arguments still. Um, 1908 is a new watch, but I would expect better from a Rolex rep in terms of their defense of the Sky Dweller. They should have something to say. They could have said, hey, this is not simply the most complicated Rolex watch. It's an annual calendar. It's very practically designed and laid out. It doesn't burden the dial too much. They have over the years updated even the aesthetics of the watch to simplify how the watch face looks. um, it's a decent watch. I don't like the design. I think especially in Oyster Flex, Sky Dwellers are hideous, but I think it's actually very practical, and I like that command bezel function. Actually, I think that's a very practical way of setting it. um it's kind of strange that they didn't use any of these stock arguments to help make the case.
I think I don't know. Maybe if I hadn't caught her off guard, I think maybe they'd have a better argument. But I think once they realized, they took a look at the Omega and realized, shit, this is a world time for about 10 grand. How can we compete with this? And the short answer is you can't. Like, how do you combat that on the spot? And the reality is they should be used to doing that. The reality is I don't care what brand you are, Rolex, Omega, Tag, Patek. You should be able to you should be able to cut down your competition in a matter of seconds because that's your job. That is your job. Is to say, well, we're Patek Philippe. You don't want a Vacheron. What are you fucking broke as shit? No, we're Patek Philippe. We're better than them. We got a flyback chronograph. Well, why the fuck do you want that shit? We're Patek Philippe. If you want to buy a Vacheron, get the fuck out of my store. You're wasting my time. It should be
Well,
as simple as that.
well, in that case, she could have been less kind and told you the same thing, because I think it's kind of atrocious to compare the new world time Omegas to anything in the Rolex lineup, because I wouldn't even pay 5K for them. But again, who am I
Well,
to
my point
say
is, you're
how you
getting a
should
world
spend
time for
your money?
10K versus a quote
But
unquote most
what is that?
complicated.
No, no. Let's be serious. Again, you know what I hate most? I hate keywords and just people throwing them around. World time doesn't mean anything. The only world time that counts is the one made by Patek Philippe. World
Well, I
time
mean,
is
I,
the
I
is
agree. I agree
so
100%. Anybody who wants a world
just
time is
just
Patek.
because just because some other brand makes a world time, that doesn't automatically make it a prestigious watch.
I
Even
believe Frederick Constantin makes the cheapest world time, right?
Freddy Constant makes a good world time. That doesn't make it
It's
you
the
know, a
cheapest too, right? It's
desirable.
like 8 grand, give or take. I mean, and not that I would ever fucking buy one because just due to the fact that it's Frederick Constantine. It's not a respectable name. It's not a respectable brand.
There's no such brand as Frederic Constantin. Thankfully, the brand is called Frederic Constant.
Either way, garbage
But
brand. Nobody
yes,
gives a shit about them.
well, I mean, if you don't give a shit, don't bring them up. But yes,
My
not
point
Frederic
is, they make the
Constantin.
cheapest world time. Other than that, then it would fall to Omega.
So yes, if price point and simply being world time would have been something of a selling point, you could easily say, "Hey, Frederic Constant even makes a cheaper one, and it's a manufacturer movement and whatever else in terms of keywords that people use that are really tired and that they don't, that don't mean anything. Who cares if it's a world time and if it is a manufacturer caliber? Is it actually in any way a desirable watch? Does it bring something to the table which adds to what other brands have in terms of their offering? I mean, it's a cool watch. It's a nice looking piece. Does it have the heritage? It doesn't. It has a manufacturer caliber, but does it? It has 38-hour power reserve. Like, what is that? Buy a
I
proper
wouldn't buy
caliber.
this
Buy
one.
buy a proper caliber that has 60 or 72-hour power reserve rather than having a manufacturer caliber that barely squeezes out a day and a half out of a 4 hertz self-winding
I know
movement,
why people
right?
like this, and it's just simply because it's cheap. This is like buying a Speedmaster Reduced and saying, "Hey, I'm part of the Omega Group. I'm part of the Speedy Group." You bought the cheapest option possible, and you're gonna regret it down the road.
Well, that's I think that's a fair point, but exactly it comes back to the idea, just the world timer, it doesn't mean anything. It has the only brand that has real tradition, even though so many other brands have made world timers at the same time as Patek, even before Patek. There are brands and makers that have used the Louis Cotier movement, like Agassiz, for example, to make world time watches. But no brand has made it their own before or after Patek Philippe. Everything is seen secondary to it. So in the same way, you can say we have the most value in terms of the GMT watch. Hey, Seiko 5 Sports GMT is just $500. Is it actually a real GMT watch? The flyer one, where you can adjust the hour hand independently? No. So even functionally, it's not the same thing. So just because something is such and such function and carries this or that brand name or has a manufacturer caliber, these are tired rote phrases that people just throw around. I think Frederic Constant in general provides great value, but no one should be fooling themselves just because they have a world timer, they have a great watch. What does that even mean? Like, I mean, why does anyone need a world time to begin with?
In the same way, why does anyone need a GMT? Like half the people, myself included, don't really use the GMT hand. We just like to say we own one.
I don't know. I actually use the GMT hand pretty well. I mean, all the fucking time, but that's another matter altogether. Again, we have a lot of watches that we don't necessarily use specifically for their functions. Yes, I like the romanticism. I like the kind of story and mythology that goes with a certain complication, with a certain kind of watch. But don't just throw away at money at certain watches just because they provide a complication. It has to be substantiated with quality. It has to be substantiated by a certain distinction. If that distinction is as paper thin as, hey, it's just the brand, even that I understand, right? Maybe you just want to own a Patek World Time. At least that will hold value decently well. You might be paying on the secondary market, you might be paying somewhere around 25 to 30K for a Patek World Time. At least it will trend in that price point for the next decade to come. Whereas if it is really what you want, you can get the Frederic Constant at 4.5K, and you get bored of it, you either chuck it in the drawer, or you would be lucky to get two and a half out of it. It's as simple as that. OG baby girl, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's only Big Meech. Kudos to his grumpiness. Amazing.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Also, I find
Love
it
you, Meech.
interesting that Docs is here. I mean, shouldn't the Docs report be riding Tim Wright's dick? Honestly, seems like oh, it
I
seems like you
I
see
don't I
what you're
don't
doing,
think it
man.
was I don't think it was that guy, but I just gotten around to it and banned the guy. But it's
No, honestly, no. I mean, I'm quite offended, honestly. Quite offended. I don't sound like Donald Duck. I sound more like Sylvester from Sylvester and Tweety Bird, if anything.
well, that was a catty comeback. So yes, you are indeed more of a Sylvester than man. I mean, I don't know. It's the same guy, as you know, who does all of these things. Anyone who sounds a little
I,
different, looks a
no, I
little
mean,
different,
the way I
is
look at it is this way: if you aren't getting roasted at this point in the community, you haven't made it in the community. Like the people who have made it get fucking roasted. That's the
well.
way it is.
Look, Mish, there's roasting and there's roasting. I mean, it's I think to make fun of how people sound, to make fun of people's ethnic backgrounds. It's just
Oh, gee, geez,
yeah,
thanks, Lord.
it's not
Thanks.
acceptable.
When I get into New York, we'll take a ride in my Pantera. TV dinner's on me. Oh man, that's a quill on the head.
All right. Well, I
Fuck.
mean, look, Meech, it's not a question. You have a thicker skin than I do. I think that wasn't a mystery to anyone. So more power to you.
Look, in conclusion here, I'll just say this. I mean, in general, I think Rolex is going to have to do something here mechanically at some point where they're going to have to justify their price points because 22,000 for a quote unquote dress watch when you got a reverso in the same bracket, it's not even a close competition. You got a simple three-hander with a small medium seconds hand. Big shit. Omega did the same thing in stainless steel for 6 grand. Fuck out of here. Okay? And nobody gives a shit. They
No,
need
no,
to start
you're
doing something here.
no, you're absolutely right. Because look, when we exchanged a few messages, I think in the background on Instagram, taking a pause between you know booty and whatever pics we were exchanging. You you brought up the new code 1159 universel, right? The 1.5 million Swiss franc most complicated wristwatch in the world that Audemars Piguet uh, just released last year, right? Not last year, sorry, a few months ago. And it's a rarefied effort, right? It's I think over the references lifetime, they will probably sell maybe a dozen of them in different configurations, in different kinds of metals. Um, but they're making a statement, right? They're making a statement in terms of their watchmaking, right? They're making a statement in terms of being able to say, hey, we made a watch that has 40 functions, 23 complications, and it's still in dimensions that you can wear on your wrist. And these things are important. I mean, Skydweller, when it was introduced, combining, GMT with an annual calendar, it was maybe maybe a small step for the rest of the industry, but it was a giant leap for Rolex. And in the same way, I know they release an entirely new line usually every third decade, even though the 1908 caught me off guard. Yes, maybe they do. There ought to have that sort of statement piece and add the kind of lineup, the kind of product line to their larger lineup that makes this kind of statement. Hey, we're not just sitting on our hands in terms of technical innovation. We are actually making watches at the same level of technicality, at the same kind of complication that's our competitors have. Make at least like a, I don't know, maybe a perpetual calendar chronograph, maybe like a triple calendar flyback chronograph, something of that sort. Why not? Right? Make something different that would actually, bring a different kind of attention to the brand. That wouldn't be such a bad idea. So I understand what you're expecting. I understand what you are asking from the brand, for sure. Hey man,
I don't know. I guess time will tell.
Piruka is here. Swiss, how are you doing, man? I feel like Swiss would add some interesting color to this conversation as well. So feel free to jump in. I think the link is pinned, Swiss, but if it isn't, please do use it. Yeah, look, 1908. I feel they needed to renew the Cellini line. It had kind of outlived its purpose in a certain way. Um, and they need to, if this is just the beginning of a restart, I think that's very good. Like if that's the canvas they're going to use for different kinds of dress watches, that's great. But if the 1908 is going to be the only thing that they will use to replace the Cellini line, not sure if it adds anything new to the Rolex lineup that would, like you said, shape up to the rest of the competition. Piruka, the debate, if it is a debate, it was mostly the two of us ranting back and forth. But the question is at least, um, is Rolex ready for a decade or 2 decades down the road in terms of providing something fresh, providing something new that can outstep, that can overcome the competition they're facing from anyone else? Maybe you have a different opinion. Maybe you are saying that the competition doesn't even face up to them. But I know you are not a Rolex fanboy like I am, for example. So I'm sure you have a very strong argument for this as well. So jump on. I'm sure you would have something to add, Swiss, for sure.
If you really want to get down to the bare bones, why is there even an argument of a Cellini line? Like the date just should be enough, in my opinion. Why does the Cellini line even exist? It's not popular by any means. If anything, Rolex and Rolex reps want you to buy the garbage to get to the damn Air King, and then from the Air King get your way to the Daytona. Rolex knows that it's the flop of a line. Why even keep it in production?
Hmm. Um, Honestly, I feel like they're doubling down because, the Air King dial was designed for this, Bloodhound SSC. I think Rolex was supposed to sponsor this, um, basically a supersonic car that was aiming to break the land speed record. And they made a special dashboard for it. And based on that design, they wanted to renew the Air King line, which replicated that dashboard clock design on a wristwatch. And for whatever reason, Rolex wasn't associated ultimately, I think, with that project, with that attempt. Um, and ultimately, they still released the Air King. And it stayed like that. Like you said, they could have discontinued it, but they doubled down. So they renewed it. They added the crown guards. They changed the case. They integrated it more squarely into the professional line, rather than having it as a different looking um, Oyster Perpetual, basically, or like the quote unquote bastard child of the Explorer. Or like a hybrid of the Milgauss, really, because that's what it used essentially, right? The same kind of anti magnetic case construction, so on and so forth. So I think they were just doubling down.
I mean, yeah, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it plays out.
Absolutely. No, I mean, Swiss again. The only thing I said in the beginning is Rolex always had top class leadership that you can count on in managing these sorts of turns, right? That's how it came at the top. That's how they basically up the score, so to speak. That's how they managed to be at such a scale. And I think Tudor in and of itself is probably keeping a lot of competition at bay before it gets to Rolex. So yes, realistically, no one can really overtake them. Maybe not 10, maybe not 20, maybe not 30 years ago, but these things are not natural events. They're economic events, they're historical events, so they always involve human actors, and they cannot be predicted or foreseen. Now, this is not a way to put a slight diss on Rolex's current CEO, Dufault. Don't take me wrong, I'm sure he's a fine leader. The problem with Rolex is you don't hear from them. They don't owe anyone the transparency. I have heard more from Dufault as the host, as the president of Watches and Wonders Foundation, than I have had heard from him in the more than 7 years that he has been the CEO of Rolex. I have heard more, once again, from Jean-Frédéric Dufault in the 1 week for Watches and Wonders as the president of the trade show than I have heard from him as the Rolex CEO in 8 years. Now, again, I'm not saying they owe us anything in terms of public statements, declarations. They don't have to open their books for us watch enthusiasts. What I mean is we never know what's going on within Rolex in real time. Looking back, you start appreciating what Patrick Heineke did, for example, in the 90s. Looking back, perhaps we will appreciate what Jean-Frédéric Jean-Frédéric Dufour did in the 2020s. But we need that hindsight because right now things are always kind of in a fog of war when it comes to Rolex because they are run by the foundation. They don't have any shareholders to whom they are accountable. They certainly don't have any other way of being transparent or being open to the public. And it is a method that has served them well so far. So they're not going to change it anytime soon. But anyway, you can jump on anytime, Swiss, whether you have something to add on this or not. But, you're most welcome. Yeah, the problem is the buyers blindly buying all the Rolexes, whether they like it or not, because they want that Daytona. We have to be careful comparing Rolex to others, as the business dynamic is very particular. I agree. That's why I wanted to bring you on, Peruka. Your friend Mikey, nice to see you. All right. Welcome back, Meech. That's a good one. What else? Speak a little so we hear that duck voice a little more. Oh man. Are you still there? All right. That was good. It's all in good fun, guys. Still, I would rather not have anyone in the audience insult my panelists, but again, Meech has a thicker skin than I do. I think he takes a joke well. He can dish it out and he can take it, and that is a good statement on his character, if anything. Are you back for
Oh,
real?
fuck
Yeah.
me dead. It's a disaster. It's a fucking disaster.
I think it didn't work as well as you wanted, but I think we get the idea.
Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh
No,
fuck.
for sure. We Piruka was saying basically in other words what I was trying to say. They have a they have such a different business model compared to everyone else because of the volume, because of their dependence on a global network of authorized dealers, some of which became giants in their own way. I mean, I, I would say again, I'm not in their books, but I'm sure watches of Swaziland or Siddiqui sell more Rolexes than a lot of what other brands sell globally. Can you imagine a situation like that you have within the Rolex family of the network of authorized dealers? You have companies that are in and of themselves multinational corporations and that sell more watches than some of the brands that you mentioned in your critique. Um, that's a different ballgame. That's a different level. That's a different kind of distribution. That is a different kind of business model. Again, it doesn't necessarily address the question. I completely understand you, Mitch. It doesn't address the question in terms of the innovation, in terms of the invention, in terms of the edge they provide over what we might consider to be their competitors, especially horologically speaking. They play in a league of their own. Combined with Tudor, they literally have like 32% market share in terms of all Swiss watches sold. That's huge.
Right. Especially when you think about it grand picture wise. Yeah, I agree, I guess. But I guess in the end time will tell.
Hi, Swiss.
Shit, I got one last beer in me, and then I really gotta get to fucking bed here. I gotta be up early.
Hey, man.
I love your tagline. Let's see if I can enlarge this by giving you the full screen. Wristwatch, Jesus,
Yeah.
and the spelling too. I appreciate it.
That was my first username when I started making.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that name. That was when you were with Team Higgins.
He's
I know.
still Higgins.
Even before, way before, when I started. And
Wow.
that was the story. It's because the very first time I hop on a video, it was on a live stream it was Nico and Marco
Okay.
when they were just getting together.
Yeah.
And I went on the stream, and Nico, he saw me backstage, and he said, "Who is that? Is that Jesus?"
Well, to some of our audience, this joke might be lost, but Swiss has beautiful, flowing, long hair, unlike my embarrassing hairline right here,
The
as you can
Messiah
see,
had returned.
and a beautiful beard as well. So he has
Yeah.
the look.
So then
And
that was
of course,
my username
that was
since then.
was that at the time when Marco was calling himself like what is
The
it?
Cardinal.
Watch
The
Cardinal or
The
something?
Cardinal.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
it's whatever.
No, it fits with the theme because Archie calls himself the Pontiff, Marco was the Cardinal.
Yeah. That was it.
Pontiff now.
Plastic is the Reverend. Everyone
Reverend
had
Plastic.
those sorts of names. Even I had a I had a quasi aristocratic name, as you know. So it was
Exactly. I
part
remember
of
when you
the
went
shtick.
off the rails and you called yourself a deity,
I did not call myself a deity necessarily. I said I'm the God Emperor.
No, I remember this distinctively, but I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna dig it up.
No, it was. It was. It was supposed to be a joke, and as you realized, I did like a live shaving, like a WWE style on the stream. So clearly, anyone who took that to be something serious, I think, needs probably a little bit of psychological counseling.
Yeah.
But I'm not here to offer my professional services. So.
Yeah, in the end,
Semi-professional.
I changed my nickname because I was getting too many comments that you're comparing yourself to Jesus, blah 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 blah.
No, I know.
People
I was subject to the same thing because I had the name, meaning in the
it
aristocratic
was
sense,
that people were
Hellespont the Fifth, right?
people were like offended because of my name. I was
I feel like that's a
what the
great name,
fuck,
though.
guys?
If you can offend people with your tag name, I feel like you've done it correctly.
So in the end, I just changed it. I was like, hey, what the fuck?
No, the reason I made a huge subject of this, Swiss, is because I've always assumed, I've heard people calling you that, but I've always assumed that it's something that other people started calling you. I didn't realize, well, the way you gave the origin story it's a little bit of both in a way,
Yeah.
right? But I always assumed that it was like, people saw you and they were like, you know, this guy looks a certain way. Um, but now I know the story. Now I'm clued in. Now I know what's going on.
What does it matter?
How you been, Swiss? How are things going? Did you add anything to the collection since we spoke? Did you shift anything?
No, nothing changed.
Okay.
Nothing changed. I have a little something nice. Let me see if I can put my camera on. So I just woke up. It is 7 in the morning on a Sunday, so I don't have the best hair, but let's go. Okay.
You look good, man. Come on.
Yeah, hello, here I am.
Oh, what was with that laugh, Lord? You couldn't even hold it back.
Look what I have.
Oh, wow.
What is that?
So it is hard to see because it is a very old watch. It's super scratched. It is so scratched that it is even hard to see the brand. But it is old Patek Philippe.
Yeah.
So it says Patek Philippe & Co. It is reference 565. And it is a stainless steel watch.
With the Breguet numerals. The ever
With the
so
Breguet
desirable
numeral,
Breguet numerals.
loom hands. And this watch is from 1944.
Wow. That's
I think it's like 35 millimeters.
Right. That's a piece that's you know, probably what, 75, 80K?
So if it was in very good condition, it would be like 200. But I would guess like that, it could be worth 30 to 50.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not mine. It's a friend of mine who lent it to me. And
It's very cool.
yeah, it's super cool. So yeah, that's the interesting watch of the moment for me.
No, it's very interesting. Guys, I mean, if you need a general idea, again, when it comes to Patek Philippe stainless steel watches, of course, the complicated watches in stainless steel are even more exorbitant and even more aspirational, but a stainless steel Calatrava with a dial that has Breguet numerals.
I did put a link on
It's
the
a
in the
nice
chat.
watch.
I
It's
put a link in private chat if you want a closer look.
of course.
If you're interested.
Is it that watch exactly, or is
No,
it a similar piece?
No. This one is the same configuration because there is many configurations. You can have loom hands, not loom hands, numerals or indices. You even have small seconds or center seconds. But it is always the same case in 35 millimeters. And you can see that this one, which is in super nice condition, like basically untouched from the 1940s, this one sold for 137, and that was in 2018.
Yeah.
2018. That was like 5 years ago. But it is this very same configuration right there. You see it.
Amazing. I know. Wait, does he still have this? No. Eric had one quite unlike this one in terms of how it looks. But the Keystone recently sold, I think, one. I think this is more similar in condition to the one that you're showing. Maybe even a little more.
Mine
beat
is
up.
completely banged up. It's scratched. It's worn. It's so much. It's an old watch now, but it's still in very good condition, to be honest. The crystal, I would change the crystal. Other than that, it's super nice.
Yeah, again, adding to that, of course, a 40s Calatrava that is not dime sized it's another advantage. 35 wears quite well, especially if you are not a giant yourself. If you have a smaller size of wrist like we do. That looked great on your wrist, Swiss. Let me zoom in again. Yeah, that's amazing. Looks great.
Yeah, I really enjoy it. And the story is nice too. So it is one of my friends here. He's American, and it was his grandfather's watch that he got because his grandfather fought in World War II. He was then made prisoner of war in occupied France, and in 1944, when the place got liberated, and he went back to the US at the end of the war, he first went through Paris, and in Paris he bought this watch.
Oh my God, man! What a story!
That's really nice.
Story.
It has the best click ever. It always annoys me when the high-end watches today have shit clicks. This one has the crispiest click.
How it winds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you? Let's see if we can hear it.
I don't know. I don't even know where the. Yeah, you cannot hear anything.
Let me see.
No, I don't think so. But just trust me, it's so much better than anything else that the brands do nowadays.
That's one of my favorites too. Look, this is my universal. This you should be able to hear because I have a decent microphone.
Yeah, I love those big springy clicks. I love those. Yeah. They should make. I don't know why they don't. Sometimes you don't even think they take it into consideration. I think it's part of the beauty, having a beautiful click. It's like when you turn the bezel on a dive watch.
Yeah.
You have the crispiness of the Rolex and the Tudor, and everything else is like, and you're like, oh, come on.
I mean, even as a vintage guy, right? Because I have a sub from a time where that wasn't the case, right? There's no click. It turns in both ways.
Yeah.
It is what it is when it comes to the 4-digit. But for a modern dive watch, you expect that sort of action. You expect that full 120 click, bezel, which gives you that mood, that feel, that vibe. And in the same way, when you have a hand wound watch, you need to get that feel, and the more you wind it, the closer you get to full charge, it starts feeling different. So you have a very material and tangible connection to what you are putting on your wrist. I think you're absolutely right. It's part of the romance of the whole thing. And
so I'm sorry, I didn't want to divert from the conversation you were having.
No, that's great. I mean, we have you don't get 565.
Yeah, I think I was thinking, giving your channel, maybe you might like this little intervention, but we
For
can we
sure.
can we can we can go back to the conversation. I think it was very interesting.
Well, actually, I mean, I'm finished with my last beer, and I gotta be up early. So I'll leave you and Laura to take it from here. I'm going to
Okay.
pass out and trying to find the will to wake up early in the morning.
All
So,
Very
right,
good.
man. Take care.
with that, I bid you adieu. If you want new
Thank you.
and original content, exclusive content. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't finish it. Excuse me. All right, peace.
Take care, man. Yeah, no, the last point you made when it came to the Rolex conversation was, I think, very, very important, because at the end of the day, it is a different question than someone's personal enthusiasm for this brand or that. I know you have one Rolex piece in the collection, and it's not because it's a Rolex, it's not because of this or that, it's because you like that particular watch, you think it wears well, you enjoy
Yeah.
it. But there's a question of scale, there's a question of volume, there's a question of even playing in a different league, playing in a league of their own, and tackling different kinds of problems in terms of their distribution networks, that makes Rolex, in the best and worst way possible, incomparable to any other watchmaker today. Yeah, that's a cool piece.
Yeah, I love this watch. I think if I have one favorite watch overall, everything considered, this one is.
That's very cool to hear, actually. I thought it would have been your JLC or
Nah, it has to be this one.
your Vacheron patrimony, but
Yeah, I mean, Vacheron is nice, is basically perfect, but I would choose this little guy over the Vacheron. I don't know, I like it more.
that which reference number was that?
This one?
Yeah.
It's 114200,
Okay.
which is 34 mil Oyster Perpetual. Oh, I also have this one. Ah, come on. The 39 in white.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
Which is also really nice, but it's a bit big. I'm not a fan of the big Oyster Perpetuals. The 41s are so large. I think it's almost comical. This one is it's okay. It's just enough.
Yeah. But you do
Right?
prefer the 31
Yeah.
of that Air
The
King, huh?
31, I think it looks much better than the. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
interestingly,
just fits my hand so perfectly compared to the. This one you can see how it almost overflows. Like, yeah.
it's really fascinating that all things being equal, those watches actually look worlds apart from each other, even though technically they belong to the same product line and
Yeah.
just different sizes of the same watch. They look so different in terms of in terms of the feel, in terms of the dial layout.
Mm.
Um, and you're right. I think the 114200, it fits you better. Yeah, looks great. Are you pursuing anything? Are you going after any new watches? Yes. No.
Technically, I'm on the list for 2 watches. I'm on the list for a Datejust 36 mint dial. So the latest green, minty green. It's almost like the olive, right? It's very minty green. 36.
Jubilee?
And sorry?
Jubilee bracelet?
Yeah, of course. And with fluted bezel, as all good Datejust should be. And this one, yeah, with the fluted. Yeah, this watch looks really, really nice. When it comes to the Datejust, I'm not a fan of the date. But I mean, when you look at that mint dial, it's so damn nice. There it is. Yeah, that's really, really, really nice.
I agree. People have a new name for you, Swiss.
Swiss looks like Seth Rollins, the professional wrestler.
I don't even know what that is, but
I don't know Seth Rollins. Maybe I should Google it.
you actually, it's you may have found your twin, man. And what's the so you're on the list for Datejust 36 with the mint green dial?
Yeah, the other one is Royal Oak 37 with the white dial.
Okay.
But this one I might never get. So yeah, I don't know if I would get either of.
You think it's unrealistic to even expect that reduced sized?
Yeah. I will never get this watch. They basically blacklisted me from their boutique. So
why? What happened?
I don't know, but they threw me out.
They threw you out.
They threw me out of the boutique.
Why would they do that?
Because they are huge assholes. That's why. And they, at least here, I don't know how it is in other countries, but AP here in Switzerland, they treat everyone like shit, like so bad.
My assumption would have been that it could be better in Switzerland. Here, it's certainly a disaster. No. It's a disaster.
And I wasn't, how can I say this? I was not dishonest. I was not trying to trick them. I was not trying, I just went over there. I told them my story. I had my JLC platinum watch on, thinking it might make a nice impression. They didn't give a fuck. They didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, in my case, there are 2 boutiques here in Southern California. There's one in Beverly Hills where they literally give you the runaround. It's run by West Time. And if you enter, first of all, they don't necessarily let you in. You are greeted by someone who says, "Let me take down your information. We will email you to set up an appointment."
Yeah.
That store did the email tag with me for an entire month. So they would send me an email on Monday saying, "Please share with us the times and days you would be available this week," and then would not respond. And then another sales associate, sometimes even the sales associate, would send an email next Monday asking the same question. So we went through an entire month like that. I said, forget about it. I went to the one that's in South Coast Plaza, that is in like another town,
Yeah.
in the so-called Orange County, a luxury mall there. They have a boutique that's supposedly run by the corporate, right? So by AP. I went there. I got an appointment with email. I went. I came at the door, 5 minutes before my appointment. There was no appointment, even though I got an email confirmation, right? So I showed the email confirmation to the security guard, and as if they were doing something nice to me, they said, "Oh yeah, we'll take you." And I'm like, "Of course you're gonna take me. You gave me an appointment. I drove here. You basically killed my entire afternoon. Of course you are going to let me into the store and take me." Anyway, I waited more than an hour after the appointment. They took me in, took my information, asked for 3 watches that I would want. I wasn't allowed to name any Royal Oaks. I said, forget about it. The third watch at least has to be a Royal Oak. At that point, I was just playing around with it because, I'm not going to get 2 Code 1159s just so I can possibly be considered for a Royal Oak, right? So the person took my information, and then I was at South Coast Plaza. I never received anything back. Not even the courtesy of an email, "It was nice to meet you" or something. Months after, there was a Watch Time magazine event in South Coast Plaza that involved all the boutiques. It was a very well organized event. Watch Time was a great host. All of the boutiques were great hosts. The manager at the AP store was being nice. It was a new manager because the rest of the people were laid off. You know why. Or if you didn't know, I should say, because they were doing backdoor deals, of course, with friends and family and other people who came in, paper bags, allegedly. Allegedly. And my information was nowhere to be found. No one had actually taken anything. They just filled out a card, basically, and then ripped it apart. And
I think I got the same treatment. I think I also had the "we will take your information, but then just don't give a shit, just get out."
And the thing is, again, people face this in Southern California. People face this in United Arab Emirates. People face this
everywhere. Yeah.
Apparently in Switzerland too. So it's by now you can say it's a universal.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so you are basically not, if that's your story, you are probably not on a list for anything else, whether you are thrown out of the store or not. They could have smiled to your face. It's still a lie.
Oh, absolutely. I think I'm not even in their computer. I think they were not interested.
I mean, if you can't, leave a good first impression looking the way you look with your JLC on the wrist, I don't think they have much. You have much of any chance. It's
in the end, it is how it is. Huh? I mean,
the wristwatch.
I'm not gonna beg on my 4 legs just for that. So.
So what would replace that? You don't want anything else.
I saw something nice. Let me see if I can bring it up.
Please, I can pull it up for you if you just share the screen as well, but you can just drop the link to the chat as well.
I just have to remember the the reference.
Oh yeah, JB is going to the Dallas boutique. Yeah, yeah. Wear your best watch. Put your best foot forward. But like you said, JB, no reason to go in there with high expectations because they're certainly not necessarily interested in, how shall I put this, recruiting any new customers who are just average watch enthusiasts, good collectors, people who care about the brand, its heritage, its history, people who have been crazy about the Royal Oak since decades. They don't care. They don't care if it's your dream watch. They don't care if it's, if it's like the crown on the jewel for your collection. It's not a consideration for them, unfortunately. And it's not, in that case, Swiss, it's actually not much different than what you said earlier about the desirability of the Daytona and how that orients perhaps the average mainstream customer of Rolex. Same thing with AP. People want certain watches. People even are ready to make an entire collection out of Code 1159s before they can be considered for a Royal Oak.
Yeah, I did
Ooh.
put in the chat. Yeah, there you go. I think this is what I want to go for next. So I'm sticking with Vacheron Constantin. It is one of my favorite brands. I love their design, their high watchmaking, and I love the fact that people, it's not that trendy. So when it comes to secondhand market, it's actually rather attainable. So this watch right here, it is the 49005. It came out in early 2000s. And it was like made for like 10, 12 years up until 2012, I think. So gold case, 38 millimeters or 37, I don't remember. With a perpetual calendar chronograph. Very traditional watchmaking. Very classic dial design. I love those this dial design with the 4 quadrants. I think it looks fucking gorgeous. It is not too thick. You would think, oh, such a small watch with a calendar chrono, it must be super thick. It is a bit thick, but not very thick. It is just what you need. It's a nice beefy watch, but it is justified. I mean, it has a calendar chrono inside. Let me see if I can find you a photo of the movement. Oh, there it is. Just send you a photo of the movement. So it is a modular movement, which is why it's not 150,000. It is a modular movement. So there you can see it. Automatic.
1136.
Yeah. Automatic movement. I think it is based on the the Frédéric Piguet vertical chronograph, and they stuck a perpetual calendar on top of it.
Okay.
So it's a very well-known movement. If it needs servicing, there will be no problem at all. Yeah, I think this watch is really, really beautiful. I had it because I have a local watchfinder store. For watchfinder, they have like a pop-up store, and they have all the craziest watches you want, like golden Nautilus, all the Aquanauts and it's really funny. All the Rolexes, everything. They have the Meteorite Daytona, and you can just go over there and like try them on. And they had this watch in the display case, and they said like in 4 months, I was the only guy who asked to see the watch. In 4 months, I was the first guy who asked to show them the watch.
I love that watch, and
this one, yeah.
I will raise you one. This is one of my aspirations as well.
Yeah.
This is the old part of the old Malt series.
Mhm.
I believe the reference number is like 47112, I want to say. It has that beautiful, officer case back, hinged case back, where you can actually peek into the movements. The case is a little larger and maybe a little heftier in a way, a little thicker than what you showed because of the added hinge as well. And again, I basically love Vacheron in all shapes and forms. But what I always adore about Vacheron is how they go funky on the lugs, right? We associate that with Conde de Vache, of course, in the current product lineup.
Absolutely.
But these talons, the step lugs that are styled as if to hearken to the Maltese falcon, so to speak, and that ever so slightly splay out, I think are very sexy in the best way. I love the moon
Engraved
face on this,
yeah.
hand engraved.
Super nice, yeah.
And
this
then,
one, it has the manual movement. Is it true?
yes, sir. Yes,
Oh,
sir.
yeah.
So
That's a big plus, yeah.
This has the movement that's based on the Nouvelle Lemania CH27.
Yeah, that is beautiful. That's really nice.
And these might be just ever so slightly more expensive than what we were looking at. Maybe more in the range of high 40s up to 50. So it's not a cheap watch by any means. But again, compared to what you were saying, it is reference 47112. That's it.
Yeah, there we go.
But since it really has as the beating heart of the watch that same movement that we so adore when it comes in a 3970 or 5970, I think certainly this can belong to the same weight division, so to speak.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And for some people, again, I would, in another life, I would love to own a 3970 because I feel like that sits better on my wrist. This is probably too big for me. But for everyone who think that Patek's dress watches from a bygone era are too small when you're looking for something complicated in the traditional sense, this is one of the watches you should be looking at because it has all the heft, all the size, all the modern proportions and styling that you might be looking for elsewhere and you couldn't find. It's like the best perpetual calendar chronograph that no one ever talks about for whatever reason. But
exactly,
it is. Because it has a certain sporty edge, with that broadsword hands, the stylized lugs, the size, which is 42 millimeters, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check on that. No, it's actually 39, but the lugs make it wear so much larger, and the thickness is 14 millimeters, by the way. So it's It's a substantive piece.
Mhm. But I mean,
It
you would
certainly wears
expect,
larger than a
yeah, you would
5970.
expect it, for a calendar chrono with a display case back. Yeah, no, it's good. It's a good proportions.
Baby girl, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your generous super chat. And Jeff Lane, welcome to the channel.
Yeah. And this is what I really like with these watches, like the one I was showing you, which I instantaneously fell in love with. Also, the price is very competitive. So mine, they have it at the Watchfinder boutique for like 31,000, which for a perpetual calendar chronograph
Swiss
from
franc. Yeah.
from Vacheron Constantin. It is in perfect condition, like untouched. I could inspect it everywhere. It was in surgical condition. It was 31, and immediately the guy went, "Oh, but we can discuss the price. We can go down if you need to." I was like, "Wow, they really want to sell this piece."
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, maybe it's a very hard sell, but I think it looks elegant. It looks traditional. It is the classic watchmaking design from the 90s. I really like those watches. This one in particular.
Yeah.
It has like those Breguet lugs, which I really like.
Yeah, like the extended slender.
Yeah. It's. I don't know if there is a photo of the profile. Maybe not. Yeah, it has.
Teardrop. Yeah.
Yeah, these lugs are super nice. It doesn't have the display case back, but I don't mind that too much.
These are also lovely in the simple perpetual calendar version as well, like without the chrono.
Yes, but this is gonna be more expensive. Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, oh, this is so good looking.
It's our favorite
Yeah.
self-winding caliber.
Yeah.
JLC 920 base.
That is really brilliant. And these are super thin, like super thin. Very incredible. Yeah, that's nice.
They're not much cheaper, and I'm sure you can find it maybe in that range, more or less. Maybe $2,000 less, $2,000 more, depending on the condition and
yeah. Then the hard part is finding one in very good condition.
Yeah.
And yeah. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I don't know if I'm gonna buy one in a month, in a year, but I think if I'm gonna buy something very big, it's not gonna be the Royal Oak. I don't think it's gonna be any gold Rolex or whatever. I think it's gonna be the Vacheron I sent you.
This is a nice wild card for me when it comes to just a perpetual calendar. Probably too dainty for most, maybe too feminine for some, but this is Jarajanta's perpetual calendar with the lapis lazuli background for the moon phase, nicely framed in a gold circle as well.
Yeah.
The stepped bezel and the traditional T-bar attachment to the leather band in a way that kind of reminds you of the Pasha de Cartier perpetual calendars that he also designed. And a very balanced style too. That 4 sub-dial look. I think it's a very elegant watch. again, might be too small for some, might be too feminine for some, but very elegant little watch. And take a guess. How much would something like this cost, Swiss? Maybe you already know how they're priced.
I don't know at all. Gerald Genta is not a popular brand, like not at all. He made some popular watches, but his own brand, I don't know. People think it's a bit too on the edge of, very. It stretches the idea of design in a watch. When you see those, there is, he made some watches, and those old style watches with the stepped cases.
Ooh,
He made
I love
some
them.
with 5, 6, 7 steps. I don't know if you ever saw his Grande Complication. It's so thick. It has like 8 steps. It's crazy.
It's a whole pyramid, man. I
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
love those designs,
it's a pyramid. His one.
like the Grand Sonnerie stuff.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Okay, so this watch, what? Yeah, look at that. Oh my God, that's a strong design right there.
Right. And yeah, not always in the best way, perhaps, but certainly it's a statement of some sort for sure.
Yeah. So the
But
watch you were showing, I think, would be like 18, 20.
okay,
Okay.
are you ready
Yeah.
for the big reveal?
Well, it's gonna be like 5. Oh God. Oh my God. 6.5.
Look, I mean, it's again, the it is what one would call a segmenting design, I guess, in a certain way. Even this classic styling that's not perhaps too loud and too design oriented, like you mentioned in the example of the Grand Sonnerie and some of his
Mm.
other designs. This is still, again, by today's standards, too small for some, too thin and dainty for others, too feminine for yet a third group. But in terms of the offering, and this is not, by the way, I mean, he had other calendar watches that are built on quartz movements. This is not a quartz movement either. So
Mhm.
because that, as you know, there's nothing impressive about having an ultra complication when it's a quartz movement. You might as well
Yeah,
wear a
absolutely. Yeah.
Casio and you know
Yeah,
have a
digital. Yeah.
grand chime in that. I mean, it doesn't matter. But I think this is a very elegant watch, very beautiful watch. Maybe, again, uh, it can be also a great woman's piece as well. Um, Certainly wouldn't look out of place as a classy dress watch on a man's wrist either. And they're like your watchfinder people. Suggest a price, Swiss. It might even go lower.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, look, when it comes to the other genre of watches that Jarajanta made under his own brand are the sports watches that I like. The Arena case, which is kind of like a beefier
Mm.
version of the Breguet, like
Yeah, yeah.
bezels that are a little thicker and a little more domed. The fluting, the coin edging on the case band is a little more brutish rather than as fine as the Breguet. It still has teardrop lugs, but not as elegant. Um, and he made chronographs in those. He made the retro and bi retro.
I love the double retrograde. Yeah, I love that one with the jumping hour. I think it's really nice.
Yeah, let me see if I have any of the sporty versions of that I can pull very quickly. think I do. Yeah, I have, in fact, both kinds. So this is the Jumping Hour Retro Great
Mhm.
Minute.
Yeah.
He had these with black dial as well, with like a same kind of design, but more of a carbon fiber feel at the center of the dial. This one has actually a kind of mother of pearl detail in the middle. It doesn't
Mhm.
register in the pictures here, but a little bit of a sparkle there. And I think the heat blue hands actually look beautiful against that two-tone white
Mhm.
dial. And to see what I mean with the case, you see it's like a more monstrous approach to the
Yeah.
modern Breguet
Yeah.
case design with the crown guard, with the addition of the crown guard and everything. But here, when you see it from here, you see what I mean.
It's basically a Breguet offshore. It's
Good call. Good call. And then he also had chronographs, which again kind of look like you know Type 20 with a Janta touch, same styling and an oversized date as well, right here. And same thing again. He had these with black dial, blue dial,
Mhm.
etc. I don't know. I somehow I'm charmed by this stuff. It might be just me, but I actually love these.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It reminds me of the older, like I think we talked about it once, the Blancpain Le Mans chronographs.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
which is, people would say the same thing. Oh, it's a quirky design from a brand that's not even that, that popular. But I mean, look at this watch, and you can get them at a very, very good price. And I mean, it is good watchmaking inside. There's no tricks. It's just that nobody wants to buy them, and I think they look gorgeous.
Yes, still to this day, I mean, some of the complicated Blancpain dress pieces, like I guess size is one part of it, right? Because they're 34 millimeters usually.
Hmm.
They're just not as desired. Uh, Tony Traina wrote a little piece on it on Hodinky, um, because one of these um, big vintage watch dealers was actually selling a whole set of them. Let me see if I can find it. But that was just a great, nice piece and a great set that they have found. The 6 masterpieces. That's it. And that's actually the presentation box, by the way. The
Oh, the checker box behind.
yeah,
That's
yes.
pretty nice.
And it's amazing. They have this is a young
So Diver, yeah.
JCB.
So these are the first Vire collection. Yeah, you can find them everywhere over here in Geneva. They are
And I'm
all
sure
over the place.
and I'm
And
sure
look,
at,
look at look this design right there. I love this design. I think this looks really good. Really, really good.
and I'm sure in Switzerland even more attractive at as a price point. Even here, whatever you can find,
Yeah,
I think is
a watch
still
like that, it would be like under 10, like 8, 7. Basically the same price as a basic JLC three hand, but you get a older style. Oh yeah, répétition minute. That is nice.
Look how elegant it looks. I mean, yeah, and look at the caliber behind.
Yeah, this is super nice, and the watch is like 36, 34.
I think the repetition minute is also 34,
Yeah,
but let's
it
see.
is. It is small. So imagine the movement, and when I complain about watches being so big, and people they always reply, "Oh, but the movement, the movement. They need the space for the movement." No, they don't.
33 millimeters Swiss.
Oh, 33. Wow. Okay, now it's getting a bit too small. But but it's nice. It's nice. I do appreciate smaller watches. I'd rather have a watch that is way too small instead of way too big, if you ask me.
I mean, the thing would be, the slight problem would be, 30. I think, sometimes people measure it in different ways. 33, 34, it's probably not too small, but when you have a minute repeater, it's again, a little thicker as a watch. It's not like an ultra thin, open work dial dress
Mhm.
watch. It still needs a little bit of space for that movement.
Yeah.
In this case, apparently, it's still right under 10 millimeters or something. Maybe 11, something like that. So it's not too thick that it would be out of balance. But yeah, this is a very good collection. You have the chronograph, split second chronograph, you have the minute repeater, you have the tourbillon, the 8-day power reserve tourbillon. You have the perpetual calendar that we looked at. You have the
Yeah.
ultra thin dress watch. You
I
have the
think those old Blancpain, they are a hidden gem, and I catch myself sometimes thinking about maybe buying one. I don't know which one, but I would consider maybe buying one of those at some point. If I find like the right watch for the right price, I could buy one.
Yeah, it's always about that, isn't
Yeah,
it? I mean,
because
it
this
has
is
to be.
pretty much my style of watches. Like ultra elegant dress watch, smaller size from the 80s and 90s. I like that. I like that.
And I mean, the perpetual calendars are probably somewhere between 12 to 15,000 in yellow gold, something like that.
Yeah, even less. I have found some in good condition under 10.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, you guys are spoiled in Switzerland when it comes to certain things. Yeah.
Look at that. The thickness is perfect. It's not too thick. It's not too thin. It's just what it needs to be. Beautiful Blancpain movement. The dial is nicely proportioned. That's a early more modern version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But still very.
Oh yeah, very attractive price.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if it has a date as well, but no, this is a bigger watch as well at 38.
38.
Let me see. We might find something that is a little. Yeah, this is not the greatest condition, but this is the classic 34 millimeter version.
Yeah, not the best photos either.
No, not at all. Actually, the case doesn't look too bad. I mean, look how crisp the inscription, the engraving is on the case back, which means at least it's not polished to bits.
Yeah. Yeah, that it looks like it's in good condition. Just changes the strap. Maybe the strap is old, but change everything else looks good.
And then another interesting competitor in that space, if we're looking at perpetual calendars, pure and simple, is of course the Jacqueline Dimier Special.
What is that?
There we go.
Jacqueline. Oh, yeah.
She was Gerard Janta's protege in AP and took over as head of design.
Yeah,
for
this
quite
is
some time.
this is beautiful. And when I was talking about the Vacheron before, I think this is like it's like one of the ultimate perpetual calendar design. And I love this. I
Very
love it.
simple. Again, built on that
Super thin.
JLC base, ultra thin movement base. Of course, it's not the Perp Cal Chrono. There's no chronograph function, but as a perpetual calendar, pure and simple,
Mhm.
it's a great watch. It's a great representation of AP as it was,
Yeah.
rather than what it has become. It has lots of vintage charm, perfect classic design, and usually you can find it even lower than this. Low 20s, you can get a great example of a 25657. I mean, if you're looking for white gold or platinum, things get a lot more rare and a lot more competitive in terms of pricing. You have versions of this that have like open work dials, etc. That's a different segment almost altogether. But for the 36 millimeter yellow gold version, it's a very attractive watch, and it's a good price point as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, it does have the same design language. It's not exactly the same design, but it's very similar to the first Vacheron Constantin.
But when
Perpetual.
you think of it, Vacheron, Patek, AP, at the time they all had this kind of design. They all had it, right? If you take a Vacheron from the 40s, it's very similar to a Patek from the 40s, and this went on until the 80s and 90s.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Speaking of Vacheron and the kind of occasions where they have a little bit of fun with lugs. This is probably in white gold. This is one of my grails, but Eric has one in yellow gold these days.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. The Chronomètre Royal.
Yeah, the Batman. This
Yeah, I
is
can see that. Yeah.
it's actually a nickname that Alexandre Qutbi came up with, apparently, because he used to work for Vacheron Constantin, organizing the what was the website called? The something lounge.
The Hour Lounge.
The Hour Lounge. And I think at some point he was writing this reference 6694, chronomètre royal, and saying like, rather than a vintage watch, it looks like something that belongs to Batman's utility belt or something like that. So
Yeah.
apparently that's how the nickname came about and stuck. It's a beautiful watch. It plays up to that tradition of Vacheron making watches with chronometric precision ever since the days of pocket watches. Has that unique design language that screams Vacheron, and actually also has a lot of times this little diamond here on the Maltese cross, which
Mm-hmm.
is a cute little detail. This is
Very
a great
nice.
example, actually, if you're looking for something in yellow gold, because it's well kept. Um, Again, the lines of the case are very distinct, so seemingly, whatever it means, it's not always for sure, of course, but it looks unpolished to my eyes, at least. The dial is clean.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful watch.
Yeah, I just wish it was white gold. I would have actually gone for that for sure, because the price point is good too. But I guess probably the white gold ones usually trend for a little more. So I'm guessing if it were the white gold one, it will be probably a little more up there. Look at this. I found it somewhere else, but of course for more expensive.
Oh, that's really good looking.
I think it looks even better in
Yeah. It looks
white gold.
really good. Yeah, I don't know you. I'm a white metal guy.
Me too.
It's not the color of the metal. It is just that when I put it on my skin, just doesn't really look good. Gold, yellow gold, even rose gold, most of the time doesn't really look good. I need white metal usually.
Man, this is. Yeah, I'm
That's
getting
a very
myself into trouble.
very good looking watch. In good condition.
And there was. Wait a second. There was another one, I think. Which one was I looking at? Man, things are getting rowdy here. There's a lot of. See, this is the special treatment version. Kind of like the difference between 5512 and 5513.
Yeah.
Right? This is the chronometer version. A little bit of an extra sauce on it. Yeah, killer piece. And of course, it's a Geneva seal caliber, even though it's hiding behind the case back.
Hello to Van Lux in the comments saying hello, young Brando.
Hey, Van Lex. Nice to see you, man. Thank you. Thank you for dropping by. What else have you
I think we went through a big tangent. We were talking about Rolex to begin with.
Hey, look, I mean, that's why I appreciate having you, because for one reason or another, through different trajectories, probably through different paths, we have very similar tastes. So you showed me one watch that you were after, that inspired me to show you some other Vacheron Constantin or other perpetual calendar chronograph watches that I like, and somehow that carried us. And it's
Yeah,
always
absolutely.
it's always best that way. I love having a show that's a little more scripted and organized, but I always break it when someone comes on the panel, because having a good interlocutor is always better than just speaking in a vacuum. It's not as much fun, for me at least.
I understand. Yeah.
W- what else did you have in mind? What are you thinking about these days?
I don't know. In terms of watches, not much, to be honest. Um, I don't really have the money to play around. Um,
Yeah.
my collection is getting full, and I think if I want to buy more watches, I should sell some, and I really don't want that.
Okay.
Some people, they can just buy a watch and sell it like the day after. They don't care. I put so much thought and so much effort into picking the perfect watch, finding the watch that I want, that when I actually buy it, it's part of me now. It's my watch. I want to keep it. I want to keep them all. And yeah, um, I don't want to sell any of my watches, even the smaller, less important ones.
Mhm.
I don't want to sell them. For example, let me show you. Give me a second.
Bigger time, man.
For example, I have this watch. So it's a Omega Constellation two-tone. This one is the day date. You can see it has the date and
Yeah.
the day window up there. So this would be a typical example of a watch that immediately someone will say, well, just sell the damn thing, sell this watch. I don't really carry it a lot. Maybe sometimes in the summer, because it is a strikingly beautiful watch under the sun. Like when you're at the beach or something like this, or having a cocktail next to the on the shore or something. It is a beautiful summer watch. It is waterproof and everything. Movement is very nice. But I don't know. I don't carry it that much. So when I speak with my friends, they always say, "Well, just sell it." I don't want to sell it. It's my watch. And look, it's a smaller size. It's 38. Usually they would come in bigger, but because this is 38, I think it fits really nice. What do you think?
It looks beautiful. I mean, again,
Yeah.
you show me a Janta design, I'll 90% of the time I will say I love it. Even
And
even that
yeah,
even those watches with the stacked bezels, stacked cases, and you know the pyramidal design, even that I've always loved. You know, it's maybe not the watch for me, but I love it as a design. Same thing with the Constellation. You know, I love that design. And you know, in you would gain instant respect from a lot of Chinese people just by wearing an Omega
Yeah.
Constellation. So you have that edge there.
Yeah. I have a few of those. I have this one. I have another Omega Planet Ocean right there, which is another one that I don't wear that much. There's a chronograph. Also a smaller size. There's a bit thicker, very thick. Let me put it on. It just wears so nice. See, how does it look? It's not too small, is it?
No,
Perfect.
no, not at all. I think it looks perfect on your wrist.
It's a bit thick. Okay, thickness is a bit extreme right there, but I don't know. I like it. It's like a toy watch. It's super nice. And this actually it is a woman's watch to begin with. This was part of the women's collection because it's
It
I don't know,
was.
36 and a half. Yeah, and I am pretty sure it was because the packaging it came in, it was like in a beautiful pink box with a big red bow. I was like, God damn it. Really. Like huge red bow like that in a little pouch. You know, when you buy a piece of jewelry, it was exactly that.
Yeah.
But the the watch in itself, it's super good, really good. I enjoy it a lot. I don't wear it that much. I don't want to sell it. I don't want to sell that watch. I have a Tudor. I don't want to sell it. I have many watches that would fall under that category, and I want to keep them. Yeah.
JB 499. Swiss's autofocus is on point. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, it is. Actually, you know, of all people, including myself, who feature in this show, I think in terms of doing, you know, live stream wrist checks, Swiss probably is number one so far, I have to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, good quality, great watches, of course, but you always get the right visual as well. Speaking of which, by the way, last time you were here, we were talking about your Fulan Mari, the three-hander.
Yeah.
And they just came out with a whole line, right? Not just by now. I mean, it's been a while by now, but you know, they have a three-piece now.
Yeah, and I was able to see them. So this is mine. I have it right there.
Let me see.
Yeah, because of reflections, it's a bit hard to see, but there you can see it more or less.
Yeah.
For Anne-Marie. Very simple. Case design is nice. Has those beautiful lugs right there.
Mm-hmm.
It has practically no bezel, which makes for a nice big open dial design.
Mm-hmm.
Big crown. Mine is a closed case back. Whereas the new ones, they have a display.
Yeah, I mean, yours is closed case back because it's Swiss made with a single S, right?
Yes. With some Swiss made scratches. Yeah, this is basically one of the big reasons why I bought this watch. It's because for people who don't know, it came with a deal package. They had a partnership with another company who makes some do-it-yourself watches. Like you build them yourself, like really assemble them yourself. And Furlan Marie were saying, okay, so if you buy this watch, you get for the no extra. It's within the price of the watch. You get this experience like for a day. you go to our little atelier and you can assemble it yourself. And it is what I have done, and it was brilliant, awesome. I had an awesome time. It was so nice.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, Foulard Marie is a brand that first came into the scene with their Mecha Quartz chronographs that had designs that resembled very closely the Patek Philippe chronograph reference 1463, the so-called Tasti Tondi round pushers, cases made by François Borgel, the sports chronograph of its time, you can say, in a certain way, with the screw down case backs, waterproof, these conical tops on the slightly enlarged pushers that have a nice grip to them. And they basically made these pieces building on a Seiko Mecha Quartz hybrid movement, which means that the timekeeping functions are operated by a quartz movement, and the chronograph is taken over by a mechanical. And they were extremely popular because of their strong design, because of their vintage appeal, especially for serious collectors, who wanted something with some measure of authenticity, but a watch that you can wear with abandon anywhere. These are pieces that are that now are the part of the permanent line, and they are all at around 555 Swiss francs, so very affordable. One that I particularly like is this one they call Nero Sabia, Black and Sand, kind of the doctor's watch shtick going on there with the pulsometer graduated for 15 pulses.
Yeah, beautiful.
But Swiss was part of when they introduced the mechanical collection. They just had that one piece with, I guess we can call these cornes de vache, right? The lugs.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, more or less.
And they recently introduced basically an entire line, a permanent collection. I was assuming that the salmon one would be extremely popular. It is now sold out, hopefully not forever.
Having seen all three of them, I think the silver dial was the most striking.
Okay.
Under the light, it was so damn nice. That one right there, yeah. So good looking. Really, really good looking.
And I do like this as well. The blue hands, the blue accents are also I like that it's leaf shaped, it's feuille, but it's like a little bit more substantial than the classic iteration of the leaf shaped hands as well. So it's a nice touch. You might the slight thing that I would have is I feel like there's a little too much going on, like in terms of classic styling. You have the sector dial, you have the Breguet numerals, you have also the crosshair at the center of the dial. I feel like, one element perhaps could have gone, but that's just me. That's me nitpicking.
I understand. I think it's okay as it is. So Furlan Marie became famous very quick because it was nominated at the GPHG when it came with its first Mecha Quartz design. And ever since, I've met Andrea Furlan, who is the designer in Geneva, and Marie is his partner in Dubai, who is more like the investor side. But Andrea Furlan does the design and pretty much everything related to the watch itself. This guy is a visionary, but he really keeps everything simple. And I don't know, everything about this just gives me positive vibes.
Absolutely.
The first criticism was that they were Mecha Quartz made. I think they were assembled in Hong Kong, and they were like,
they're Seiko movements.
Yeah, but the watch, the movements. So they were the Seiko movements, but the watch itself was assembled in Hong Kong, and then shipped everywhere in the world.
Okay.
So people, when they first saw it, they were thinking, and rightfully so, they were thinking, another cheap Chinese brand who's trying to take Patek aesthetics and whatever.
I'm sure Swiss. I'm sure they could have shipped it to Switzerland first and shipped it from there, and everyone would have loved it even more. But
but that's what I like. It's because with this mechanical one, so first of all, they went mechanical, and it is entirely made in Switzerland. It is made in La Chaux-de-Fonds with the Swiss La Joux-Perret movement.
I was gonna say something about that, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you, but before you came in, one of the things that frustrate me to no end in horological conversations, especially on YouTube, is these catchphrases that are thrown around and that are automatically connoting either something entirely positive or entirely negative. So the idea of an in-house movement, for example. We were looking at Frédéric Constant, right? Which, again, speaking of La Joux-Perret, they're all owned by Citizen, right? They're part of the same ecosystem anyway. So it's not like we are comparing apples and oranges. But so Frédéric Constant has that aspiration for some years, almost decades now, of making everything into a manufacture movement. But they have manufacture movement in their world timer, in their perpetual calendar, which are, I think, handsome watches. I do actually like the design of their integrated bracelet watch too, the High Life. Great. And the price point is attractive. But 38-hour power reserve, just get whatever it is Le Joux-Perret can make. I'm sure they can make a fine fine perpetual calendar movement, or you can build a fine perpetual calendar on G100 and have the 68-hour power reserve that it has, which is very respectable. I mean, G100 is actually a beautiful, great workhorse automatic movement. It's kind of without glorifying or without getting carried away too much, it's like a JLC 920 of our time. Yes, it's not maybe ultra thin, but it is a great foundation to do things with. And I was so glad, like you said, that they started another chapter. They wanted to go with something time only and do that with a nice self-winding Swiss movement.
Yes, and I mean, for the price point, this is really good. This is perfect. I don't ask for much more. So yes, some would say, but for less, for like half the price, I can have a Tissot Powermatic 80.
Right.
Yeah, sure. Why not? But I think what's really, what's really valuable with this watch at that price is the design. the design of the watch is particularly attractive, unlike a Tissot, which looks like every other Tissot. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, and it's pretty good. So that's the movement inside. So it is the La Jouperet. It has the highest grade of decoration. So it's not, the one that you buy for $10 on Amazon. This one is actually hand finished. So yeah, it has no anglage. It has a very basic perlage and Côte de Genève. But you can see it has some blued screws.
Yeah.
Some might be picky and say that only the top is blued, but I mean, yeah, come on. Let's give it some rest. I mean, it is for aesthetic purposes, right? And I think aesthetically this looks pretty nice, and for the price point, it's a very good watch. Very, very good watch.
In fact, speaking of this movement, Peter Speak Marin. No, please show it. I just got it. Peter Speak Marin, who goes these days by the name The Naked Watchmaker, has a good strip down of deconstruction of La Jouperet G100, which is very informative, and also pays attention to what it competes with, right? In terms of its dimensions, actually it resembles the ETA 2824 more than anything else, but especially in this high grade, it is a much more noble movement. It looks nicer for sure. There's always an option, for other brands to even spice it up further, maybe at a slightly higher price point with, a fancier looking rotor. I'm glad they didn't, they didn't try to do that here, because again, I think Folard Marie represents something a little different than that. Like you said, there's a certain transparency and accessibility to the brand that doesn't really need that sort of over the top
of course,
presentation. And I think you have great value here. And yeah, I mean, I think Powermatic 80 is a great comparison because that's basically a spruced up ETA 2824 itself. So, basically, Powermatic 80 is reducing the frequency of ETA 2824, so it runs longer. That's all it is. I mean, it's not rocket science.
I agree. Oh, and I don't know if you ever saw my last watch.
Oh, which one?
It's a watch I got in December. So like, yeah, six months ago now.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I never showed it on stream before.
Oh. Have you talked about it before?
Yeah.
Do you have any hints?
It is also a 3-hand watch. Very not the most classical, but from a brand I do really like.
Okay. Any other? Is it a new watch or new to you?
Yeah, new. No, it is new to me.
Okay.
I think the watch was out since 2018, something like this, maybe even before.
Okay.
I got this for my 30th birthday.
We were talking about you wanting to get a special watch
Yeah.
for your 30th.
I wanted
but
something special, something nice. So I got this guy. So on camera, it's not gonna be very incredible, but
oh, it's pretty cool.
H. Moser. Oh, it's so hard to show it on camera without the reflections.
I like it.
There's the movement behind.
Oh, I
Which
love that.
think it,
I
yeah,
love that
the
motor. Actually, it's
the movements.
wow.
It is blued, as well as the balance bridge. The watch itself, as you can see, it is a time-only watch with a simple fumet dial, 3 hands, leaf hands, and it has well, diamonds on the bezel, which I think looks nice. You know, most people, they don't like it, and I do understand. I'm just putting it on. I wanted something special, and I was like, you know what, this is pretty special, and so I got it. There we go.
Wow.
Oh, that's a nice shot right there. What do you think?
I like it. You know, I also like the fact that the bezel is matched with the smoked gray dial, because I'm not one of those people who are averse to any sort of gem setting on the watch. But, you know, if it were with one of their like blue dials, it might strike me perhaps as too flashy, but I think this is balanced out really well between the, you know, between the color of the dial and the gem setting. I think you have something.
Yes. So what I really like about this watch is that, as you can see, it's a smaller size. Because usually H. Moser, it comes with 40 millimeters or more, and they get really thick. They get big and really thick quickly, and when it's made out of gold, it's super heavy, and it starts to bother me. But this one is 38. And as a bonus, it's made out of steel, so actually it wasn't that expensive.
Nice.
And the watchmaking behind the movement is brilliant. Everything is made in their own factory. Everything except one thing about this watch is not made in-house. Do you know what it is?
Wait a second.
Which is surprising.
Is it the hairspring?
No, they do the hairspring. Actually,
Straumann is theirs.
Actually, they provide hairsprings to many brands. Many brands.
So then the Straumann is their company. Yeah. Okay. So okay, then I'm lost. I don't know.
So actually, no, it's the dial. The dial is not made by Moser, which is really funny because it's the one thing they are known for. It's those dials, right? But the dial is not made by Moser.
You know who makes them?
So there are two very big dial makers in Switzerland, and I always forget the name. Number one, you know, is Metalem, who famously makes. Sorry.
Comblemine?
Yeah, Comblemine. Yeah, true. So this is a Comblemine dial.
Okay.
And it is a very big dial maker, at least here in Switzerland.
I think Kari Voutilainen owns it now.
Maybe. provides dials to so many brands too. Yeah.
That's good.
So yeah,
That's an endeavor, right?
Endeavor, yeah. Endeavor center seconds with
And
diamonds.
the movement is HMC 200.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's beautiful.
So that's a beautiful movement. I love it. I love how it takes the entire space. It has that beautiful finishing. It's just such a good watch, and I got it at retail for 13,000 Swiss
Swiss?
francs. Yeah. Well, in dollars, it's probably more or less the same.
A
13K.
little more nowadays. The dollar used to be on ascendance, but then it lost a lot of value suddenly. But yeah.
Yeah. So that's it. That's my latest watch.
That's really nice. And I know, you were in fact saying that you want to get something by Moser.
Yeah. It's been like 2 years or more that I was looking at this watch. It was sitting in the window and I was like, I want it.
Oh, that's very cool. I like their stuff. I love that perpetual one, the perpetual calendar movement they have had now for more than 15 years, I think.
Yeah.
That was designed for them by Andreas Strehler.
Yeah.
And won them the Complications Prize just that year. And they're still using it, basically, modifying it, etc. But that was a beautiful dial made for the new generation of it. Have you seen that one?
Yeah. I saw it. Yeah. Beautiful. Amazing.
Let me see.
And very, very recently, they came out with the Pioneer in a smaller case. Because Pioneer, it's like their sporty watch. It's big. It's like 43. It's big. It's thick. People like that. I don't. But recently, like a few months ago, they came out with the Pioneer in 40 mil, and it's really good. This one has an enamel dial.
Yep.
Beautiful. Yeah, amazing. It looks so nice. And I think the case is made of tantalum or palladium. I don't remember.
Yes, sir. Tantalum.
Tantalum, yeah.
They really leaned heavily on that blue kind of theme, because tantalum is mostly like, at least in pictures, a lot of times it registers as gunmetal gray, which is a heavy tone.
Yeah, it has that smokiness to it. Yeah,
but it does
does
have like a slight tint of blue as well. So
yeah, probably I can see that. Yeah, maybe. I think that's a bit pushing it, and I think most people say this because of the chronomètre bleu. But to be honest, it could be argued it has a slight blue tint.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right in your diagnosis. And the funny thing is, of course, because of chronomètre bleu, people also think that François Paul Jean invented it or something, that he dug up in his own garden and discovered a new element, even though AP has been using tantalum since early 90s, basically. If not late 80s.
AP has some beautiful two-tone tantalum Rolex that I really, really enjoy.
Yeah, like the championship, the quartz. You remember that?
Yeah, they have some the two-tone gray metal. So they have a tantalum platinum, which looks so good, because when you put, so platinum is famous for being the whitest of metals, the one that reflects the more light. And when you put both together, it looks so striking. Let me find a photo of it, because this is a beautiful watch.
They have insane Royal Oak perpetual calendars in that two-tone execution. I
Yeah.
know exactly what you mean.
Oh, there it is. Oh God, this looks beautiful. Okay, let me send you a link.
At the ready.
Right there. Oh God. Okay.
Oh man.
Look at that. So yeah, you see why they call it like a gunmetal, because it's like a yeah, I wouldn't call it blue, but it's like a smoky version of a metallic shine. And next to it, that platinum just jumps at your face, and I love it. This is so beautiful. That combination right there. I love it.
So let me see if I can find what I was talking about. This is again, in a way, a more accessible version of that tone on tone, two-tone execution. This is the Championship Royal Oak reference 56175.
Mm-hmm.
Tantalum with steel accents.
What's the price of that watch? Is it on Chrono?
This one is sold, I think, but I think you can find it in the US at least 13 to 16K. I think that's more or less it.
So still very expensive.
Yeah, it's not cheap. It's not cheap.
Yeah.
Although this, at the time they sold it, this was 8. So before the craze began, a quartz Royal Oak that was 33 millimeters, 34 millimeters, you could get for 5, 6, maybe 8.
Yeah.
But nowadays it's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's what it has become. That's what the world has come to.
Absolutely. Okay. So it is now 9 o'clock. I think I'm gonna get something to eat.
All right.
I really appreciated our time together, and I might come back for more. I still want to have that discussion on Rolex.
Okay,
So
well,
maybe for another time.
next time we'll take that from the top, and we'll talk about Rolex.
Absolutely.
Take care, man.
Okay.
So
Yeah. Take care. Thank you for everything, and you have a very nice. Is it already day where you are?
basically past midnight now, so we can say it's early hours of the morning now.
Yeah. There you go. So
12:01.
you have a very good Sunday, right?
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the watch talk. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye. All right. Well, it was really nice having Swiss and talking about watches. We have a lot of overlap, a lot of crossover uh, between Swiss's taste and mine. I think, maybe Moser is the kind of piece that we are diverging a little bit, but when it comes to his taste in classical design, his taste in more vintage and neo vintage pieces. As you have seen, there were a lot of overlaps, between the Vacheron Constantin and Audemars Piguet watches that we were looking at. I certainly appreciate, by the way, the H. Moser Endeavor, especially, but also to a certain extent the Pioneer as well. As Swiss said, that's a more sporty piece by them, and it used to be more oversized, and they have just released the 40 millimeter versions. Let's see if I can actually. But yeah, when he started talking about the Streamliner last time, I couldn't take it. But when it comes to the Endeavor, I'm a big fan. The Pioneer is again a little bit off my particular taste in watches, but the Endeavor series, which still has a lot of the design language, so to speak, a lot of their peculiar visual aspects on top of their watchmaking. I think it's a great brand. There are a few pieces that I'm not really so in love with when it comes to my particular taste, but overall I think still to this day H. Moser presents great value. Their perpetual ones on the secondary market are incredible value if you are not particularly after the tantalum or this Grand Feu enamel dial, which is a very particular kind of color and an interesting texture that you can hardly find elsewhere. There are so many great deals on those. I actually, since I don't have a lot more time left, I might just show you a few good deals on those on Chrono 24, and we'll close with that. Because that's again, that's a movement that was designed for them by a very respected watchmaker in Andreas Strehler, who has over the years made a lot of important contributions under his own name as well, yes, but especially in terms of movements that he provided to others. Why am I blanking out on this? He made a recreation of the Venus 175 for Maurice Lacroix, which became their first in-house movement. This was a modern remake of the classic hand-wound chronograph movement by Venus, which was famously the beating heart of long generations of the Breitling Navitimer, especially after they have transitioned out of Valjoux 72 base. And he has also designed the Perpetual 1, which to this day is used in perpetual calendars made by H. Moser et Company. It's a 7-day power reserve caliber with a leap year indicator on the back. One of the centerpieces, one of the impressive aspects of that particular movement is its flash calendar, so to speak. Because it jumps instantaneously at midnight and at the end of the month, so it never displays an invalid date. And it is absolutely beautiful in the most minimalistic way possible. In a way, it simplifies a prestige complication that makes it incredibly accessible, easier on the eye, but also practical. You have the oversized date at 3 o'clock. You have a micro hand as part of the hand stack, which is actually the indicator for the month. And it's just perfectly simple, right? You have 12 indices for the hours, which also serve as your 12 months of the calendar. And you have a subsidiary dial for the seconds and a power reserve indicator at 9 o'clock, which goes a long way in balancing out the oversized date at 3. This is a version of it that is sold as a full set on Chrono24. As you can see, this is exactly the same caliber as Andreas Strehler designed it, and as it has won H. Moser the best complicated man's watch prize in GPHG in 2006. And in pink gold, does come with its original strap and the déployant clasp. The piece is listed at 22,289. This is a professional dealer out of Hong Kong who also remains open to negotiation. Very good deal. And it's, again, it's a piece from a few years back, I think around 2018, but certainly 2017 maybe, but certainly good as new. If that's too classical for your liking, they also have kind of a blacked out version of it. This also comes as a full set, this time out of a professional dealer in United States. You'll get that DLC coated titanium case that has a very stark look, matched with a black dial, a black crocodile strap, and beautiful gilt accents on the fixtures of the dial. And the great thing is, of course, to match that aesthetic, you have DLC style plating as well on the bridge plates of the movement. So you have a very uniform look when you gaze upon the movement through the sapphire display case back as well. And again, it is a beautiful 7-day power reserve, hand wound, perpetual calendar movements. Very old school in a certain sense, but also incredibly contemporary in terms of beautiful simplicity on the face of the dial, in terms of its construction, when it comes to the technical dimensions. And it presents a very good deal indeed on the secondary market when it comes to especially when comparing it to how the pieces list these days. Let me see how the new tantalum one is selling for. Right, the new tantalum one is 82,500 in the US. It's crazy. Which, by the way, is also, I believe, a bigger watch as well at 42 millimeters in diameter. Whereas even this black DLC coated one, I believe, is 41. And the classic precious metal versions should be actually 40. Yeah. Yeah, 40 and change. You know, so very modern, but not oversized in 40.8. So modern, but not oversized, hefty and substantive, but not overbearing or overwhelming on the wrist. Lovely looking and beautifully simple in precious metal. Can be a little more severe and slightly more modern in this kind of black with gold accents look. And it looks, I mean, here, look, it's all new, unworn from 2013 in white gold. Crazy. Again, comparing to how it sells new, if this is a watch you're interested in, it would be silly to pass up this sort of opportunity on examples. This is the Pioneer version, so it's actually a little different. As you can see, they have eliminated the micro hand for the sportier version with the bigger case, different case design, and made it into a dial, an aperture, even though I prefer much the Endeavor. You know, here you have if the traditional silver dial was too classical, if the black was too severe. Here you have the pink gold case matched with a fumé gray dial, much like Swiss's Endeavour Center Seconds in terms of the dial color. And these are still right around here. Again, a heck lot of money for a watch, of course, but it is also 60-70% less than the current retail price for their hottest new piece. And here is my take on the new Abyss Blue Camphor enamel version of the Endeavour Perpetual Calendar, which comes in a 42 millimeter tantalum case. And I know we didn't get to talk about auctions today, but I was lucky enough that I had Swiss and earlier also Big Meech to accompany me. I really thank them for their company and for the conversation. Thank you so much for your interventions, for your comments, for your questions from the chat. Thank you, Corrado, OG Baby Girl, and Jake Brooks for your generous super chats. I'll be back tomorrow with the Hong Kong auction, where we will finish up. And until then, stay safe, stay healthy, wear your watches and enjoy them. I'll see you in the next one. Please hit the like button on the way out. It really helps. If you want to support the channel, if you want to contribute, you know how. And the information is included in the video description. It is now in the rolling ticker. And I'm actually going to put it in the chat now too. But in either case, if nothing else, I appreciate your support and presence. If you hit the like button, if you upvote the stream, it's even more valuable. Thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Take care.